Hello, one and all, and welcome to another episode of Tales of Vardin on To Be Dice Adventures. We're excited to see what happens, especially after the cliffhanger that we had last time. Before we get started, let's see who we got playing. I'm Chris. I'll be your GM this evening. You can find me at Claybeard Studio or Clay_Beard at most of the social medias. Let's see who else we got playing. We've got a few latecomers, but they'll show up soon enough. We'll start with someone who doesn't have food in the mouth. Down there at the bottom,
Sorry.
the biggest of us, Xenia.
I'm uncomfortably stretched wide. Sorry, guys, I'm not at my usual PC setup at the moment, so you'll just have to bear with me if the audio gets a bit wonky. Hey guys, I'm Dia, also known as Diablo.cos on all social media. I play Xenia, who is our runt of a half-orc ranger. He is our resident Pokemon monster adjacent, with all his fun little shadowy creature summons. Yay, he's a good lad.
All right. Now we'll go up to you.
Sorry, I'm hunkies. Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on most social media platforms, mainly active on the TikToks and Instagram. If you like special effects makeup, cosplay, smashable monsters, you should totally give me a follow. Today I am playing the wonderful Grendel Fialova. She is a 7 foot tall half orc,
Smash.
green green muscle mommy who just is on the search for her lovely, amazing goth tiefling girlfriend, Helene, and loves flower crowns and was raised by halflings.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Victor underscore the Story Weaver. I am currently playing ambitiously two characters because, why just one when you can just torment your own mind with more? I'm playing Toro, the barbarian with the Riz, and currently also Madame Dorset, the lady with strong presence and determination. So yeah,
Beautiful.
Completely forgot I'm also playing two characters because the second is so sneaky I completely forgot about Luna Velpus, who was our resident rogue of the Myriad organization. So there you go.
Yep, we're ambitious
She
here.
is still in town. Yeah. It's been fun. It's been interesting. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah. So, last session we had two different parties. One that had just finished fighting a false Hydra, the other that was interrupting an abyssal ritual. The group that had finished fighting the false Hydra made their way through a maze of tunnels and chambers, all while being assaulted and chased by a horde of abyssal symbiote crawling creatures and one very scary Deathwalker that was paralyzing party members and attempting to have some sort of meal out of them since they were in their home or territory. Successfully making it out of there, some a little better than others, worse for wear and all. They found their way through the mines that they had been able to find, the mines of Embershard, and were able to make their way to the other party that had interrupted successfully this ritual before Aldora turned into a manifestation of the demon lord Vorak Baal, which then ensued a whole different combat scenario. And where we pick up is right at the end of that battle, having defeated a false Hydra and a partial demon lord in the same evening. This party finds themselves in the middle of a inter-party dispute, and we're just going to have to find out what happens right after this on To Be Diced.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't know Clucky joined the party.
I'm having such a hard time with this fucking bandana.
Don't want to hear it. Don't want excuses.
Let's set the tone, set the mood, where we're at, what we're doing. It's been a couple weeks. So, you are all in this large chamber.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The manifestation of Vorak all just defeated, dissipating, decaying, and sinking. Out of the middle, the body of Aldora is there as this ooze peels itself off slowly. Behind her is this archway with deep cut runes that is now cracked and broken in various places, no longer possessing any sort of arcane power. The party has been thrashed, beaten, bruised, but they're still alive.
Barely.
And in this moment of victory, rather than taking a moment to assess wounds or even notice the ground slowly cracking and reflecting an orange-red glow, William decides to confront Lady Opal and Madame Dorset about the piece of the Amber Paragon that they now possess.
William, what are you doing?
Hand over the Amber Paragon now.
William, we don't do this. You ask for things nicely.
What's it to you?
It's our charge, our mission, not yours.
What exactly will you be doing with it? Considering the fact that you all don't seem in great condition to be standing or protecting something of such power.
We'll do what we must. But I don't trust you any further than I can throw you. So the Amber Paragon comes with us.
Well, I can throw them pretty far, William.
And what if we refuse? What if we suggest that this piece of the Paragon is better kept in other hands than yours? This, and Lady Opal takes it out and holds it. This is a burden that mortals were never meant to bear.
Yet here we stand. Several pieces of the Paragon in our possession.
Several.
We were kind of told to take on this burden, so even though we may not be like super powerful gods or anything, but we were kind of told that we needed to collect these. So, if you could please maybe give us the Ember Paragon, asking really nicely. I'm sorry, I know William can be a bit of a grumpy pants, but we really do need the shiny rock.
Who tasked you with this?
The dragon man at the library. He means whoosh.
It was actually me,
Yep.
Opal. At least some of them. You see, two of you I observed for quite some time. Deemed you capable, as well as having enough motivation to make this happen. Yet it doesn't seem that you were capable of holding all of your party together, and now you have newcomers who, sure, have proven themselves useful so far, but some of them are quite, and Dorset's eyes turn to William, volatile and unpredictable.
Well, there are always people who are volatile and unpredictable, but the thing is that William is still doing his best to try and get things done. Granted, it's not the way I would go about things, but they're still getting done regardless. And I know, like I know we're not super powerful, but we're trying. And I really need that shiny rock because I really need it so I can help get my girlfriend back. And I really need to just. I'm asking very nicely. And William, can you put down the gun?
Not until the rock is secure in our possession.
Well, maybe pointing a gun at people is not the best way to try and get something.
It was also this party who took down the false Hydra, which is no laughable feat in itself. So, I think we do show some capability in that regard.
I am not
We're gonna kill Mr.
disregarding
Ball.
any of your capabilities. However, I don't feel as though any of you truly grasp the importance that these shards present. Perhaps some time to sit and discuss as allies would be more suited instead of brash action. And as she says this, you hear footsteps coming from the hallway that Madame Dorset and Opal came out into this room previously. A Goliath. One that you all recognize.
Goldie!
Goldie,
Can you please
very silent, looks at the scene in front of him, looking to Lady Opal, looking to William, and to everybody else in the room. Who's going to explain the meaning of this?
William is trying to get the shiny rock, but he's not asking nicely.
We've put an end to a manifestation of Vorak Bal here. And she points back, kind of gesturing towards what had just happened a few moments
However,
ago.
you might. We've done a few killings of our own as well. That proves nothing.
We have retrieved this artifact. In doing so, and my partner here and I plan on protecting it as best we can. Your party member here has other ideas of grandeur to take for oneself which is not meant for mortals.
Curious, Lady Opal, that you would say that it is not something that we need when your so-called partner released me from a literal prison and execution for this mission, which has now become rescuing the pieces of the Amber Paragon.
And killing Mr. Balls.
A slight, polite nod in her direction, with all due respect.
Could I have Xenia, Grendel, and William do a perception check for me with disadvantage?
Passive 23. Just putting it out there.
I fucking nat 20 and a 2.
Dirty 20 with disadvantage, otherwise
That's-
would have been a 32.
That's a 10 for
Mhm.
Grendel. It was a
I'm
12.
out of resources. I can't even use my battle set attack. Battle superiority, so it'd be a 7 for William. I guess he's pretty fucking honed in on that rock.
For Luna, it is a... She didn't level her up. Oh.
Okay, perfect.
Grendel's
Yeah,
clueless.
dirty 20 for Xenia.
Beautiful. Very good.
Perhaps, Opal, you might be able to understand it better now that you're here and can share what you know. After that, we can pose the question again to them, see what their decision is, and their resolve.
Very well. I'm assuming that you all know how these shards came to be. A story passed down through generations and bedtime stories, or so I hear.
I like bedtime stories.
Each of these shards were placed under the care of various individuals. My brother disappeared with his library. I thought him lost and gone until recently.
Wait, your brother owns a library too, like the dragon guy who gave us this mission?
Yes,
Oh, what a coincidence.
a wise old person. These shards were entrusted to people, individuals that I thought could protect them correctly. For to put them all together without the other paragons and no way to harness its power would be devastating. They've been hidden from the world, used by few. I once bore a piece of it, but was stripped of that right. Now I find you all claiming pieces of this paragon.
You were right. To the aim of Paragon is forfeited, and you expect us to let you leave with it now.
I am to
Brandon,
reclaim my honor.
well, Miss Opal, we're just doing what the nice dragon man with the many books told us to do, and like he was the one who asked us to collect these pieces. So, like, we're just doing kind of what we were told, and also I was told that this would help us take down Mr. Balls, and I would like to kill Mr. Balls.
As much of a thrill this conversation is turning out to be, you may think yourself capable of shielding the artifact, but we were charged with a higher purpose, and we intend to see that purpose through.
You still have not given me a name. Your tall green one there is saying, Dragon Man with many books.
Who goes whoosh?
Who goes whoosh? It's
Opal,
quite the explanation.
Without saying a word, Godi just holds aloft his grimoire, which bears in a glowing blue the rune of Mindoran.
He is very nice.
How close are you to Opal, Godi?
Wherever you put me in the room.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay.
Wherever I showed up is where Godi would be standing.
You would see, as you hold it aloft, Opal's eyes dart straight to it and mimic a very similar faint blue glow around her eyes. Very well. She stands straight. I am Nisithkir, Oracle of the House of Divination, sister to both Astaroth and Mindoran.
We know Mindoran.
This paragon is part of my family. If Mindoran indeed gave you this task to collect it, I have no right to say no. As she looks over to Dorset,
Dorset offers a nod.
William finally holsters Nadia. He just holds his hand out flat. 7, mate.
You
I ever
see,
once entrusted. Go ahead.
Dorset looks at William and she has a slight smile as she says, "Don't worry. Trust is hard to find, and you see her move her hand, and it's only then when you noticed that a small needle is floating right next to your eye. As she cast Mage Hand, or Invisible Mage Hand, have moved the needle all the way to you. And now the hand literally just engulfs the needle, which disappears, and it's gone.
Neat parlor trick, mate. Still doesn't change the circumstance.
May we please have the shiny rock now?
Dorset just looks at Opal.
We'll take good care of it. I will pinky promise.
What have you learned?
That the Google monsters are coming from Mr. Balls. Mr. Balls has my Helene, and Mr. Balls is trying to get on Earth. That is at least all I could understand.
And
the
more
library
articulate
is falling
friend.
apart.
My more articulate companion, Cody, could better explain the circumstances that we find ourselves in.
Yes. Let us hear from you. You've studied at my mountain.
Indeed. Our mission brought us directly to the library of Mindoran, where we held audience with him. And he told us the story and the goings-on for the Amber Paragon and its pieces. It is he who tasked us with returning the shards to him for his protection, or for him to protect. We have discovered a number of shards and intend to uncover the rest. We've learned much of what these shards are capable of. We've learned the possibility of where the shards might be located. And we have also learned that in Mindoran's absence, one has been able to, for lack of a better term, attack the weave of magic itself. This has been discovered to be, as much as we can tell, Vorak Bal, whom an agent of we, yourselves included, just thwarted in their machinations. This, however, does not mean the threat is disbanded, as much as we can tell, this cult, as it were, following him, is using a combination of magecraft and science to turn the mortals of the material plane into gates for the demonic. He is intending on walking Vardin once again, something that Vardin will not survive. And if we are to stop him, we must gather the shards before he can.
As Gode has described, Miss Opal, we've learned that there are still many things in this world beyond our control. We've learned that we may not be the best ones most suited to the task, but we are the ones who dare to continue forward. Few understand the weight of power more than those who've been powerless before. And there's no shame in losing the ability to act as one might have had in the past. It just means that you are suited to different things in the future. Even if you no longer possess this aspect of the Paragon, you are more than capable of great things still. We have seen that ourselves.
We have collected some shards, and we have begun to learn how to harness them only for the purposes of protecting the shards as a whole.
We want to make sure the library. Sorry, go ahead.
Once collected, the shards will be returned to Mindaran.
And we need the shards to make sure that the library doesn't, like go boom or anything. Because apparently, without the shards, the library kind of just starts to crumble. That's why we really need the tiny rock.
I believe that we've more than established the fact that we're on the same side. And that's progress. Up until a few days ago, I thought that Mindaran was nothing more than a story in a book.
No, he has a lot of books.
I've learned that he still exists, which gives me hope. And up until today, I believed my oldest brother. Imprisoned. The chains are beginning to break. Mila once trusted mortals with her magic. It's why you all exist. And as much as I don't understand why she would do that, she looks at Dorset. I believe that this trust in mortals is the direction it needs to go. Looking at William, against my better judgment.
William, apologize.
You may leave this city with this shard of the Emperor Paragon as long as you take it from the one it was entrusted to. Let him take care of it for a few days. It needs a new housing, a way to contain its power. Then you may go about your day.
I'm sorry, mate. You run that back to me. You want us to trust the guy that had the Amber Paragon originally and allowed his entire town to become a soup bowl of sorts for this false Hydra. You want us to give it that same Amber Paragon back to that man?
There is nothing wrong with Fagin Amadon as far as I can see, and I see much, William the Great. Would you Would you have others look at your mistakes and judge you solely on that? Would you have others simply look at your shortcomings and come to conclusions without knowing you more? Were mistakes made here? Yes. Was there a veil cast over his eyes? Yes. Out of all the people here, I would think that someone like yourself would understand how easily someone close to you can wreck your whole world without you even realizing. Do not think for one moment that what happened to Embershard was any of Fagin's wants, desires, or design. And she tosses the Emperor Paragon on the ground in front of William.
Apologize and say thank you.
William falls deathly silent. He swipes up the stone and just immediately begins to storm out.
As you pick it up, it begins to sear into your hand.
I told you not to touch those things, William. You hear
Take
from
6
Luna.
points of radiant damage.
Hurts so good. Hurts so good.
You keep walking.
William's not going to make a sound. He's just going to keep walking.
6 seconds later, 5 points of radiant damage.
Okay. Well, as soon as I get out of eye shot, I'm dropping it.
Another 5 points of radiant damage. As it's just burning its way through your hand.
My hand's just fucking smoldering, and I'm just looking at it like fucking. I'm not showing any weakness in front of these two. I'm walking out, and I'm breaking line of sight, and then dropping it.
Okay. Man, William is so angry. He's steaming.
I'll go make sure he's okay. Xenia will scurry after you.
Grendel will turn to Opal and go, I am very sorry about William. I know he's a bit of a grumpy meanie pants, but thank you so much for the shiny rock, and I appreciate it, and we will do our best to make sure that your brother is okay, I promise.
Opal extends to you a handkerchief. A fairly big, like 8x8 square. Here. Tell him to wrap it in this first.
Oh, okay, I will. And she's gonna grab it, and she's gonna just kind of very, very gently fold it and go, thank you, ma'am. And she's going to curtsy, and she's going to skip around, William! There, you can put it in this. And she's gonna.
She knew exactly what she was doing. How dare she?
You've been warned multiple times in character not to touch it, and you still touched it. So this is no one's fault but your own.
Yeah.
Well, William, you're starting to smell like roasted bacon. Please wrap this up.
It would not smell like that for sure. He smells like death, and cooking death is going to smell a whole lot worse.
No, I
Smells like
know
necrotic
what
tissue.
it actually smells like. It's not fun, but
Yep.
Toro has been watching this whole thing the whole time, just like snacking, because he has no dog in this fight personally. And he's just, when everybody starts leaving, he just kind of looks at Opal and Dorset in that circle where he goes, yeah, so. And he just walks to follow the point. It's
Fucking love it.
Grendel will like run up behind William, and she's in like, is the Amber Paragon on the ground now that he is out of sight?
It would have been for a little bit until he would have picked up a pouch out of his kit and put it in that.
Grendel would have walked up to him. She offers the handkerchief. She goes, here you go. You can wrap it in this, or do you need me to wrap your hand? It's.
Yeah.
I think your pinky's falling off.
It'll regenerate on its own eventually.
Well, here, like, just to make sure you don't lose any fingers. And she's gonna, like, just very tightly wrap his hand, and he literally, it's just gonna look like a little...
Just splints his hand together. I like it.
like, literally, she completely just wraps his hand where it's just like a little ball of, like, fabric around his hand.
I have to drink with my offhand. That's fine, mate.
Well, if you need me to, I can cut a hole in it so you can still use your trigger finger, but I'm not sure if without your thumb if you can hold your pew-pews.
You should eat these, you'll feel better. And then he just gives you a handful of 10 good berries.
Ooh. Smash.
This piece of the paragon that you've put in a satchel smolders through the bottom.
Oh, shit!
And falls back out.
Grundle starts unwrapping William's hand and then just kind of gently picks up the paragon, puts it back in. She then rips off a portion of her dress and rewraps William's hand. And then she kind of just sits there and she goes, "There we go." And she's like holding the little pouch.
Oh, that's interesting.
This
William, there are many things. There are many things that don't agree with you. I didn't think we would reduce to rocks being some of them.
Yeah, you learn something new every day, mate. Let's get out of here.
I could really go for a snack.
As the rest of the party sort of exited to follow William, Gody, being the last one who remains, watching them leave, turns back to Madame Dorset and delivers a very low bow before turning to Lady Opal and doing the same. We take our leave with respect.
Gody, even though the party does not remain as it once was, I am still hoping that you will all come through. For as long as you still stand, I believe there is a north that you can follow. Don't make me a liar to myself.
Gody, if he could, becomes more stoic than he is normally. Some people are looking for the Paragon or the shards of the Paragon out of ambition. Some people for honor. I search only through perseverance for honor and ambition are the currency of cowards.
Smash.
Are you still looking in their direction?
Yes.
You
What I
hear
have
Dorset.
done,
Oh, go ahead.
what I have done thus far in the quest for the Amber Paragon, name drop, has been anything but ambition or honorable. Therefore, you can count on my success.
You see Dorset smile. And when they say the next thing, their voice is not the voice that you've been hearing. Nevertheless, it's still a familiar voice. And that is what I chose. I chose you. And that is Harpon's voice speaking to you.
I fucking knew it.
As the voice switches again. Safe journeys. And Dorset just turns to go to Opal and tend to them.
Cody says nothing.
I knew William didn't trust Dorset.
Well, yeah, Dorset is moving toward Opal to check how they're doing, as he knows they used a lot of their energy.
Has Gody moved on to join the rest of the party?
If the vibes are the conversation has ended, then he would. But if it looks like Lady Opal has something to say, he would linger.
I don't know mortals well. That was my brother's pastime. However, with the eyes that I possess, I see a piece of the weave, a piece of Vardin in each of you, as if you are your own shining paragons. Be warned. Unbridled power is destructive. It must be dispersed evenly. And as she says that, and Dorset gets close, her knees kind of give out as she kind of catches herself on a rock and on Dorset's shoulder.
Yeah. Dorset's helping them stay up and putting an arm around themselves. Let us get you safe to safety.
I believe some rest would do us all some good. What would you all like to do?
William needs a fucking drink.
Grundle wants a snack. So
As they are
But-
leaving, really quick, as they are leaving, Cody would be turning to leave, but as Matt is going over his notes, Lady Opal, I know our mission will make us cross paths again.
Good. I look forward to it, as I have for many years.
Low bow, and he takes his leave.
Smash.
Returned as best you can.
Following the smell of burning flesh.
Yeah, just follow the smell.
And the sound of thump thump as Grundle is just skipping.
Is somebody roasting a pig somewhere?
Hey. First and most immediate concern for William is upon exiting the mines and the manor, how does the town appear after everything has been dealt with? How are the townspeople?
You all make your way through the winding tunnels and caverns that this mine possesses. It's much larger than you initially experienced, but with the various elevators and things, you make your way up into the surface, and as you exit, it is probably 1, 2 in the morning at this point, and it is pouring rain.
You hear an immediate hiss from Luna as soon as the rain touches her.
I think William just takes a moment to let the rain fall on him. Probably can't feel it given his current undead status, but just takes in a deep breath, just appreciating the fresh air for a moment after being underground for so long and almost watching his entire party die. Almost.
Grendel just kind of smiles as she like watches the rain. She goes, "I really hope that the flowers get to bloom after this. It'll look so pretty."
There
She's
are
stamping in puddles.
there are definitely puddles at this point. There are people helping, still kind of reeling from the evacuation process that was happening under the threat of various bomb caches planted all over the city. The smoke off in the distance kind of dying down from the 1 or 2 places that had been detonated, but thanks to Godi, the rest of the city did not. The people that are around the city itself, the way it looks, you asked, the best way I can describe it is emaciated. Just lacking nutrition.
And do the townspeople notice that themselves as well?
Yes. Yeah. They look tired, they look drained, they look malnourished. They are doing what they can to make sure like that people are safe or getting where they need to be, getting out of the rain, opening their homes to the people that lost theirs, just kind of pulling together as best they can as a community for the night, and then probably going to do some damage assessment in the morning.
Yeah.
As you look around... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, at this point, William would, feeling his military bearing take in, he would direct the rest of the party to rest for the evening, as they have done enough, drastically enough for the town, and go rest while he goes and coordinates with the city guard to try and make sure the relief efforts are running smoothly. Setting up a rations depot to make sure everybody's getting fed in a triage area as well, to help with those that were affected by the bombing. He's just kicked into full officer mode at this point and is doing his best to make sure everybody's taken care of.
Okay.
Toro is probably gonna. Oh, sorry. Toro's just gonna, like, as he comes out, doesn't seem to mind the rain, looks around and he goes, "Oh, I've seen more cheer in a graveyard, but you do what you can, yeah." And as he sees William going to try to help people, he does the same. He just starts going to look for anything that needs lifting. If walls need to be put back up,
be doing the same, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna be using his.
So no one's gonna take rest. I like it. I love it. Everybody's like, all right.
Like,
you guys need to rest. No.
She will also be putting flowers and putting them, like, if there's any bodies anywhere or anything like that, Grendel will also be putting flowers on, like, top of each covered body, etc., that sort of thing, on top of just helping where you can.
This party's too goddamn good for its own good. Except for William. He's a piece of shit.
Balance in the
guy
force.
who literally initiated helping people, so stop talking shit, okay?
As you begin as you begin helping people, Toro, you notice there is someone sitting kind of against the wall next to a barrel, kind of slumped over a little ways, and next to them is about a 4 or 5 inch tall rodent, clad in a red cape, a buckle shield on their back, and their hands are laid on the thigh of this individual, glowing. Is that better? Good, good. Take it easy,
I love him.
and we'll go to the next person once you're ready. Make sure to grab all the food you can. Meet me over there. And he runs off to the next person. Grendel, as you hit the rain, you notice something crawling kind of on your dress. Well, my work here is done. Glad you made it out of there alive, big one. And one of the same jumps off and scurries into the city.
What the fuck is going on?
That Mr. Rat? I didn't get your name? What just happened?
My name's Dimitri.
Yeah,
The Protectors.
Is
Paladin Knights of Rodentia. And he just runs.
What the fuck?
Grendel just kind of sits there. She goes, "Can I talk to animals like princesses?"
All right, everybody. New campaign. We're all playing the
We're all
Paladin Knight of
rodents.
Rodentia.
Chris, we can work that into your other one shot that we did with me and KJ.
Mhm.
Hey!
Wait,
That
Yes.
actually is a little drop for El Moira.
I knew it. Sorry.
do I recognize the
You-
rodent healing? Do I recognize them, or is this just like a strange sight for me?
It would probably be a strange sight for you. You've come across like different species of people, people that look like, you got tabaxis, you got people that look like werewolves, you got people that look like, birds.
Smash.
There's all sorts of different, things, but these humanoid rodents are something that hasn't really been seen by you quite so much. And as you notice these little blips of light throughout the city, these helpers doing their best, and you alongside them, William, what are you engaged in right now?
Triage. That would be his core focus, is making sure everybody's getting medical attention. That would be his main point of operation.
Did these rats heal us?
They
Or
were doing
did
lay
they
on
just-
hands
Healing
on
people.
people that are emaciated. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
So
So
the +4 from your last session came from your little guardian aura. As paladins, they have the aura of protection or something. So you each had one. So you're +4, and if they died, then your +4 went away. Xenia had one, they got taken out. William had one, they got taken out. Tora had one, they got taken out. The only one left was on Grendel during your fight with Warakbal.
what the fuck? What? When did this happen?
When you guys went through the
Oh my
mines.
god!
In fairness, Xenia has
Uh,
so many critters on
anyway.
him at any given moment, he wouldn't have noticed.
Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, William's at triage, coordinating with the city guard and everybody, whatnot. So yeah, that's his point of operation.
If there's any
You
heavy
from
lifting that
behind.
needs to be done. Go ahead.
Yeah, like cleanup and stuff. It's raining pretty heavily. Most people are just trying to like shelter for now, and basically gather people, tend to the wounded, and then we'll deal with like the buildings and everything when it's not like soaking wet and we can actually see in the daylight.
Okay, then Grendel will probably be trying to
kind
help any kids if there are any kids that got lost or lost their parents. She would try to help
Absolutely.
reunite them. I think pretty much keep them on her shoulders, being like, "Does anybody know this child?" Like,
oh, that's my boy, my boy, Father, help! This green lady has me.
I'm going to say, after probably the party already exited and has begun to move through the city, Dorset has probably brought Opal out, and they've witnessed people helping each other and everything. And there's a moment where Dorset just says to Opal, "Do you understand now why I can still have trust in them?" As they're just looking at all the people in this chaos still aiding one another, even the party, after all the battles and everything, using their strength to help.
I believe that I am beginning to understand. They have no strength left, yet they are giving everything.
Good. And I suppose I may be convinced to buy you a drink.
That I might accept.
I ship it.
Perhaps. William, as you are engaged in triage, focused solely on this, behind you, you hear, "You've made it easy. You stinking piece of shit. Attract your scent since Greenport. Now, my only question is, how do you want to die this time?" And he just empties his guts on the ground in front of you, 10 feet away. And
That's your boy.
is out.
Get it all out, bud. Oh, and he's out. All right.
You see Toro. You see Toro just approaches with one of his pocket, little pocket napkins, tissues and stuff, and just kind of goes, just tries. Hey, you go. He just sort of just drops it on top of his head. Just steps back.
William, did you piss somebody off again? I told you to stop aiming guns at people for no reason.
William just is going to pick up Grayson off the ground, lead him over to triage, get him in a stretcher, conveniently misplace his weapons in his own personal gear, so he doesn't have to worry about that later. Come talk.
As you pick him up, you notice that his uniform is not cared for whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
You see his hair not put up, not regulation. You see the growth of his beard coming in, where he was a very clean-shaven young man just a few days ago. You see a reflection of yourself in your lowest state.
I'm sorry, May. I really am. And he will lay him down, leave a note on his in his palm, letting him know where he can find him if he wishes to finish the job, and goes back to helping the rest of the town, keeping Grayson's weapons on him for the time being, if he wants to track him down afterwards.
First question. The shot of the Amber Paragon that we got from Opal, Was it the stone itself? Was it in an amulet still, or was it raw at that point? Is that what she was saying?
It was raw, which is why she was asking you to get it back to Fagin so he could put it where it needs to be, and then
clocked that.
I would say, he would be, with that point in mind, William would probably be also looking around for Fagin, seeing if he's out in the streets with the people.
I was meaning to say Xenia was actually going to run after you and ask if you would be willing to part with the stone. It doesn't agree well with you, and I don't want to see you keep getting hurt. Again, this time of your own volition. It could burn a hole through your pocket and end up in the streets, and then who's going to pick it up? That's for them, and then it'll be all your fault.
Listen, Xenia. Last time I let you run off on your own, you ended up getting abducted. Just stay with me.
But then I came back. I was fine.
I'll go with you. I'm not letting you out of my sight again.
You easily find Lord Fagin, as you are, I would assume, close to where the hospital would be in the city, as patients are being moved into beds and different things. He is there coordinating and basically setting up a centralized
relief center,
command center. Yeah, basically. So that any other information could come just straight through there, and everybody who needs to know about it, they can deploy from there and go.
God damn it, Chris! That actually made me sad. The shit with Grayson. That shit actually made me sad.
Aww.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's great storytelling. No, it's fine, man.
If it helps, you probably would have heard Luna speaking to Tor saying, "Oh God, he spawned. Now there's two of them."
Oh man, that is terrible. Fuck. All right, but yeah, no. William has learned his lesson about handling that fucking thing, so he'll point on his pack. Any of the stone is on right side pack, right pocket, left, right pocket. There you go, right there.
No, you're right.
Right cheek, right cheek.
Xenia will call out to Amadon and just be like, Master Amadon, when you have a moment.
Yes, oh, glad to see you're still alive. Give me one moment.
And finishes up talking to the warden about the sector that had been blown up, making sure that everyone was out of there, and kind of beginning to make plans for a team to be put together to go into that area and salvage whatever they can tomorrow once the rain has stopped.
Yes, can I help you? Is there some other information I need to know about?
There is some other object that you should have in your possession for the time being, because it needs containment of a sorts. And Xenia will present the wrapped shard.
With William behind their shoulder, looking at them intently, like.
Take it and set it gently on the table in front of him, and just unwrap part of it.
Very well.
And he takes it wrapped and puts it in an inside coat pocket.
Come to me in a few days when you've rested.
We intend to, mate.
Discuss.
We intend to.
Good.
William, you piece of shit.
Is Cody here for this conversation?
If you would like to be.
William would have not turned away your company. So,
with this happening, Cody's just really like pondering it for a moment. Just, Lord Demadon, you are to make a new housing for this shard, yes?
Yes, it will take a while.
Will you take suggestions?
Perhaps this Paragon's power is interesting, so it doesn't work in a few configurations, but what did you have in mind?
You said it will take a few days, yes?
If not a week or so.
Then we will talk.
Very well. There are more important things at the moment, but I am glad that this is safe. You all survived.
Aye. Barely, mate. But we did.
You'll have to tell me what happened in my mines.
You'll have to buy me a bottle of rum to make up for it.
Agreed.
For the time being, mate, there's more pressing matters at hand. Where do you need us?
I need you to rest.
Grendel is still
need
like
you
in the
all to
crowd,
rest.
just holding up children, just trying to help them.
Probably Toro is with Grendel. Just the mighty two united. Just lifting whole buildings together if they have.
Does anybody know this child?
Grendel successfully rehomes all of the orphans in Emerson.
Toro will probably have been like carrying like up to 2-3 people like wounded just on his shoulders, bringing them to like the healers, just dropping one at a time, not very ceremoniously. It's because there you go, mate.
Yeah.
You're doing great. You're gonna make it. You have anyone
Stone
to
Guard.
recover.
As the party is doing everything that they can to try to help people. For the record, when Godi left you guys, he was at pretty much full health. He looks rough now after returning. It's very plain on his face. Godi got blowed up. So, but don't worry, he's K.
William got eaten and blew himself up.
William did get eaten, yes.
got eaten.
You did that, but no. So like, Godi was fine. Godi came back. Godi's less than half health.
Oh yeah,
but he's looking at the state that everybody is in, and with everything that's kind of happening, knowing that everybody's like, yeah, we have things to do, but also considering that we're all fucked up. Godi will say, the halt can manage a horse, the handless a flock, the deaf can be a doughty fighter. To be blind is better than to burn on a pyre, but there is nothing that the dead can do. We should rest. We'll be of more use after we rest.
Well, William's dead and he's still doing stuff.
William is a special exemption, I think.
Grendel, I am not rewriting this entire book just because with some coin-bearing individual.
Well, Godi has a point, mate. The rest of us need to rest up if we're going to be any use to this town for the next few days.
Honestly,
Shall we return to the inn?
I could use a drink. I don't know about you. A lot.
Grendel pulls out a bottle of Fialova ale and just hands it to William.
That's a start.
And she pulls out her own and just takes a drink.
Let's all share.
Turn to
A tankard.
You'll return to the Canary Cape Tavern,
Mhm.
where Remy and Madame Flora are. Okay. You enter, and the tables have been pushed aside, and bedding and pillows have been dispersed throughout the main lobby floor. The smell of food coming from the kitchens, and the big bowls of soup flying out to those who need it. Madame Dorset.
Yes.
Lady Opal makes her way to the Canary Cape Tavern as well, but alone. Where is Dorset?
In the darkness and the rain, a female figure knocks at the door of the mayor. Once this door were to be open, the face to be there on the other side, or rather waiting for the door to be open, is actually the face of Eliza. Sorry, I am crisscrossing campaigns right now.
Oh, no.
My brain.
If you want to see our other campaigns, catch up on
And
YouTube.
that is how I am crossing two campaigns together.
Multiverse.
Not just two campaigns, two completely different games.
I can do whatever I want, okay?
In the middle of Vardin shows up a renegade Jedi.
The late Aldora.
Eldora.
Late Aldora's face is the face and the hands knocking the door of the mayor.
Governor Belmont will open the door and kind of crack it open. Oh, good, you're here. Have you seen the city?
It's not hard to notice, is it?
Oh, no, we've got to get out of here. And he's like taking a bag and like pushing papers off the desk into it. How did you escape? How did you survive?
I think that you would come to realize at this point how resourceful I am.
Yeah,
Now tell me, how much of our plan were you able to execute?
Only half of it. Your half didn't come through, unfortunately. Otherwise, this city would be surrounded by Vorakbal. And I don't see him here, do you? Just keeps
All in due time.
just grabbing and stuffing stuff.
So, where are you planning to go? Obviously, we cannot go to the same place.
True. I mean, it's far too suspicious. I could go into the country. Belmont had a house out there. Lay low for a little while, collect our resources, and try another. Do you still have the shard?
This motherfucker.
It is secure for now, but we
Good,
do not
good,
have much time, and I do not trust whoever remains. So, and a parchment is tossed along with a quill. Just make sure to write those who you actually trust. Once we leave here, we can only contact them, and only them. All the others we may need to dismiss. Do you understand?
Yes.
I'm sorry, are you
The
delaying?
priest.
Have you not noticed what has happened?
Time is of the essence, but yes. What of the collector? What of the priest? What of the alchemist?
What about them?
You mean to leave the court?
I don't know if you have noticed, but plans need to change. Or are you expecting for me to carry on the same way that we were planning after everything that has occurred?
A slight setback.
a slight setback. Have you any idea of what we'd lost today?
But we've gained so much ground, so much information.
Is the information secure? Have you kept logs?
Yes. Yes, I'm taking them with me. They'll be delivered to the collector, put in his vault.
I will deliver to the collector. You will make to the country. What do you expect for people to not suspect about the governor suddenly leaving town?
I'll leave a note. I'll write. Is there much money left in his coffers?
Yes.
A large donation should suffice. People in this town love money.
Where have you left all the written information? Over there?
Yes. Our
Good.
usual spot.
Good. Well, you better I suppose you better be ready. Let me help you. And they're going to grab the cape off the table nearby. And you sort of offer it.
Oh, yes. And he kind of grabs and
as they're doing that, Dorset summons their arcane whip and wrap it around their neck. And begin to
Corroded his ass. Yeah!
And it is in that moment when they drop the facade of Eldora, and they just simply say, "You know, I am one who understands quite well what it means to wear somebody else's skin. But unlike yourself, you do not deserve the gifts that you were born with." They're just going to.
their trachea is being crushed and they are unable to speak or say anything in return as you squeeze tighter and tighter. The body stops convulsing and moving, and the visage of Governor Velmont changes to a gray-skinned individual, another doppelganger.
Bitch.
Dorset is going to look at the body. They're going to call toward the door. "Let us move. We do not have much time." And you guys will see. And from the door, the beautiful songstress singer from the tavern where you stay.
Motherfucker.
Followed by another individual, as they will proceed now to collect all the information and items that this doppelganger has left behind in the mayor's home.
Spies everywhere. What the fuck
We
is
knew
going
that though.
Victor's playing like 6 different characters. God damn it.
How in the shit? Oh, God.
As the night continues, that will be happening in the governor's home,
Smash.
to be left untouched and as if nothing has happened by the morning after.
At the tavern, what are you all doing?
Grendel has gotten herself a big bowl of soup, a big cup of ale, and she is kind of just, if there's anyone that just seems to be in distress, she is eating while also handing out flower crowns and just trying to keep being Grendel.
Remy is playing a small tune, kind of trying to keep spirits a little bit higher than they have in the past while. Everyone is eating and recovering, mostly in silence, kind of wrapping their heads around the fog that has surrounded them for who knows how long to them.
I think there would be a moment where, before everybody started dispersing amongst the tavern, William would set a drink in front of everybody. Bora, Senya, Grendel, and Godi, raising up a glass of rum for himself. I've been through the fires of hell many times before. Time and time again, I've lost countless men. Some of which that haunt me to this day. But I will charge straight into the depths of hell and drag you all back out if it ever came to that point. I'm glad to have you all at my side.
You might be an asshole and you might be smelly, but you are an awesome person, William. I hope you know that.
Wish I saw myself in that light. Grendel,
Well, I can light the candle and it can make it a little bit brighter so you can see it better that way. That will help.
what I'm trying to say is, you all. Thoro, you're a new mate in the crew, but nonetheless, you've proven yourself as a capable and honorable individual.
Oh, cheers, mate. It's been wonderful. You're all quite fun. Just next time, yeah. If you're designed to fight a very dangerous monster, just try to find one that I can see, yeah. Because it's not quite useful to me if I can't see what I'm fighting, you know.
I'll work on that for you, mate.
Appreciate it.
No, like I was saying, there's not been too many people that I've this is gonna be hard to admit. Cared for, aside from myself. I mean, obviously. And I've grown rather fond of you. Well, I mean, I met you in passing on a contract. Didn't think anything of you. Just heard rumors about Godi over here killing one of your mates. Thought I might have to kill him at some point, but I've grown to trust him even more so than I trust myself at sometimes. You lot give me hope for the future. And that's not something I look forward to very often. I tend to live day by day. And cheers
As
to you.
you raise your glass to toast to your friends, Remy begins a different tune and begins, of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company. And this is a song that you have heard many times before. As his mates kind of come in with their instruments and voices, the whole tavern begins to pay their respects to the ones that they've lost and begins to look to the future with hopefully a brighter tomorrow. Is there anything else you would all like to do before a nice rest?
I will say, with the song beginning to play, Grendel kind of sits there, like, especially the talks of good company. Grendel just kind of sits there. She's very happy, obviously, that they made it out of here alive, but she kind of almost has like a very sad look on her face as she kind of thinks back to everything that happened recently, the party, Helene, and she just turns to William, looks at Godi, Xenia, and Toro, and she goes, "Well, William, I know that you live day by day, but there's one thing that I learned, is that as long as that we are still alive, there is always hope for a better future. And as long as we're still here, we should always try our best to do so. And I've already told you guys I'm willing to go into hell myself because I want to get my Helene. And I would rather not go into hell with anybody else but you guys. It might be warm, but I will bring a water bottle." And she will then take a sip.
She is Grendel.
I'm going to say that if there's more music happening at one point, Toro is actually going to approach Grendel and is that Tallflower,
Yes, Toro?
would you grant me the pleasure of a dance? Yeah.
I didn't get to dance at the party. I would love to dance with you, Toro. And
Let us fix that then.
she really just picks him up, just starts swinging him around.
What? Wait! No! No!
This isn't waltz.
As
Go!
Remy kind of sees like how fast you're swinging him around, he like kind of taps his foot and begins like gets his boys to kind of like play something a little bit livelier.
And at that
Oh,
point,
okay. This is where we're going. Here we
Grendel
go.
will also turn to the rest of the party. She will grab William, grab Godi, grab Xenia, and just like be like, "Let us all dance!" And she is like bring around the Rosie, like. And if William won't join in or at least hold hands, she's gonna shove William in the
Well,
center. So he has to
Yeah,
be the center.
William will. You go grab his hand, and he willingly lets his hand disconnect from the rest of his body as he fucking slips to the corner.
Grendel is still holding his hand as she's dancing.
He's like,
Toro, through the spinning, at one point lets himself go, reaches for William, grabs him by the legs, lifts him, and moves him and puts him in the middle of the circle with no effort whatsoever.
Grendel puts a fire crown
God
on
damn
his
it.
head and just starts dancing around him.
William doesn't dance. He doesn't do the shit.
He just needs to stand there and everyone else will dance around him.
So William,
Yep.
what you have to do is that you have to. So what you want to do is that you got to take your hip. You gotta go bam, bam.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Keep registered all that, mate.
1, 2, 3, 4.
instruction.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm about to blow my head off.
But you need your head. Come
It'll
on.
come back. It'll grow back. It's fine.
I'll say the last thing is that at some point, probably Toro, if he has an opportunity to talk to Grendel, he will just say, "You know, I heard what you were saying to the other two about finding your lass, and all I wanted to say, Grendel, is she is a very lucky lass to have you. You have a wonderful spirit, and I don't know how much time I will have with you all, but if I can help you, make sure that you get to her. I will use all my might. You have my word."
Well, I am very lucky to have Helene, because Helene was the first person who wasn't scared of me. She was very nice. But I would love for you to meet her. I think she would really like you.
I'd love to mentor myself, yeah.
And then when we get back to our village and we have our flower shop, you can visit our flower shop, and I can make you so many flower crowns.
It would be my honor, Tallflower.
Well, let's just hope that we can all get through this, and then we can all just go. Like, I swear, after we get all of the pretty shards, and we have the library back, and we get my girlfriends back, then we can all go to my village, and we can celebrate with a bunch of Fialova ale, and then we can also like have a party. We can maybe even get William to dance this time.
We'll get him there.
Like, if he has 2 left feet, we could just maybe find another right foot and put it on, but I don't know
That's
if it
an
works
idea.
like that.
We'll try it out, see what happens.
Goaty is
William, what size shoe are you?
Goaty is learning the spell Otto's irresistible dance as we speak.
I hate to use a Harry Potter reference, but do you guys remember that scene in the Yule Ball where Filch is dancing with his cat?
Yes.
Xenia is too shy to actually dance with people, but he's got Tora in his arms and he's just like lightly swinging along to the beat.
Oh my god, I love this party so much.
Lady Opal will make her way over to Grendel. Excuse me, I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Oh no, we were just talking about how after all of this is done, we're going to throw a big party. You are also invited. I'm not going to tell William, don't
Yes,
worry.
That's actually what I'd like to talk to you about. You seem to know the most about it. And she points at Grendel. What is this dancing?
You hear from the back of Opal, perhaps I can show you. And
I ship it.
I'm more of
you
a
see-
visual learner than...
and it's yeah, absolutely. Dorset is there and extended to Lady Opal.
Make a persuasion check.
They want to dance with you.
Persuasion, you say?
Yeah, it's probably
That'll be a 27, dear sir.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Remind me not to get into. I'm so glad I did not have to engage in a persuasion check with Dorset. Fuck, I would have lost.
Grendel, give me 2 flowers. Grendel, quick, give me 2 flowers.
Oh, here's
Xenia will
and
get those flowers from Grendel, and while Opal and Dorset are occupied, he's going to just drop one in one of them's hair, and then the second in the other, and then he's going to cast Druidcraft to make them bloom.
Lady Opal takes Dorset's hand, not hesitantly, but cautiously, as she's not sure what is coming next. Make a performance check for me, Dorset.
Don't fail me now, goddammit.
And 1 and 2 and 1 and. Oh no! Oh
Not
no!
my-
It's either
That's
a
it.
1 or a 20.
That is a nat 20 for 24.
She's been waiting for this moment.
I love dice when they just follow the story. Thank you.
It just so happens the song that is playing.
The time
just
of
how it happens to
my
be.
life.
Ah, that's what I was gonna sing.
I've
Very
never
dancing.
felt it before.
And you are Madame Dorset right now, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Madame
Sharing the
Dorset,
brain cell.
how do you want to do this?
Ooh.
Madame Dorset, once Opal takes her hand, Madame Dorset very gracefully sort of moves it, pulls it, and adjusts it to the side. As they move close to them, their left arm moving around to wrap around their waist to get them close and tight to make sure that they can lead them as they move. And the song so far, it's a fast song, but they basically start by leading them, taking steps at double the time. So basically, they're just doing the double, half the time rather than the time itself. And so it leads. She leads her to one side, then to the other, then to the other side, then to the other. And at one point, they take a moment, take a breath, smile, and then they just take a step and just start leading them in this waltz like spin, and just help them, just sort of encouraging them to just follow them in this kind of galloping of a dance around the room. Dorset, incredibly skilled, graceful, and precise with their moves, making sure that Opal is just shining with along with this motion.
Grendel's gonna go over to the bard who's playing the tune, and she's gonna kind of go, "Hey, psst." She's gonna put a flower crown in his tip bucket, and then go, "Can you play a more romantic song?"
Sure, sir. What do you have in mind?
So I heard that there is this one song. It's called "Kiss the Girl," and
I
it
think
goes with
I
something
know
like
how that one goes.
it goes something like "sha la 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 la." That's all I know.
Yeah, kiss, yeah, uh-huh. All
Dude's
right.
dying.
They take a few minutes and pick it out and begin to play it.
She
Lady
starts throwing
Opal.
flower petals everywhere.
Lady Opal, clumsy at first, but with more of the rhythm and with Dorset's guidance, begins to get the hang of it, and the clumsy, heavy-footed movements become lighter with each step before they begin to move as one unit. Oh, yes. So it's so this is this what you feel when you fly? So ordinary to me. This is ordinary to you. This feels amazing.
Dancing is like two people becoming one person, and then they get to make a beautiful trance of tracks in the snow. And it's almost like they get to have their own melody together.
After a few minutes of dancing, Opal begins to get more winded and heavy breath, and she kind of taps on Dorset's shoulder. I think that's enough for now. I need to sit for a moment. Thank you.
Of course.
You
Thank
see
you.
a smile on this individual's face. Not something that comes across that usually stoic expression very often. As she sits, her face flushed from the exercise of moving around the room. As the night carries on, William has headed out the door and has made his way towards the outskirts of town,
God damn it, William.
using the distraction of everyone's revelry as a means to find himself alone.
He would have he was taking respite along the tree line so he could look up at the stars. And he's just holding the locket that he normally has around his neck in his hand with the cover unlocked, staring at the portrait of his wife and his infant child. Tears in his eyes as he thinks about the current state of their child. Morgan, after 15 years of not seeing our son, the first day I lay eyes on him and I break him, our boy is broken. I'm so sorry, my love. I'm so sorry. And he just spends the rest of that evening just staring at the locket, reminiscing on better times before everything, trying to drown this memory out of his mind with the bottle of rum that he stole on his way out. To no avail. Just cursing his curse for not letting him forget. You're muted.
It's not fun, isn't it? Finding yourself to have everything, but at the cost of feeling.
As long as it serves my purpose, I shall be the one to bear it.
Oh, it'll serve your purpose. My question is when you're all used up and I no longer have purpose for you, and your ship finally sails to the horizon after years of torment. Will it have been worth it?
Suppose we have a long future to look forward to that, May.
Aye.
Together. Don't cross me.
I might say the same. Rest well. William. After this conversation, the next swig that comes from your bottle hits you. The burning sensation, no longer the dry, ashen waste you've tasted for the last weeks that you've had this curse. And the scale begins to tip in favor of inebriation.
He pauses for a moment. and sensing that feeling once again, he just dives for that bottle and chugs every last drop.
I think that is where we'll go to break. We'll be right back. Hope that was a good break for you all.
Woo!
Everybody take a big deep
Emotions,
breath.
people.
Chef's
Emotions.
kiss. Chef's kiss. Like, ah.
We just love
let's
comedy.
see.
We just love comedy, you know. This is
Yeah, this is a comedy, absolutely.
Rom-com.
Let's see. What do we have going this next week for games? Frontiers of Eberron? Yes,
So,
no, we don't know.
Frontiers of Eberron is still up for deliberation or to be diced. As of everything else, still on track for your regularly scheduled program. Edge of the Empire on Tuesday. We left off on a sweet fucking cliffhanger. The party stayed planet side as opposed to fleeing and becoming fugitives of the law. And then Dimensional Dial on Wednesday, headed by our lovely Matt, aka Goaty over here. This lovely motherfucker over here that I love so dearly as my first mate in this campaign. Other than that, and then Thursday, Chris, are we on track to be on track?
Yeah, we should be able to do Vardin next week. I know maybe some of us can't make it, but if we're still running like downtime activities, or we can like start the next little bit.
Excuses.
Yeah, we can get people caught up and people where they need to be. It's you gotta have some fantasy in your fantasy world.
Right.
But yeah, if we get a lot of people that can't come, we'll probably try to run a one shot, or just take a break. It's awesome to take breaks and rest. So if you need that, you should definitely do that. That's your PSA for the week.
You did bring up, interestingly enough, that you have shows coming up. Do you have a projected timeline that you would like to present for the audience to let them know ahead of time when we will start being more intermittent with the scheduling? Or is that still up to be diced?
There should only be during the summer one Thursday a month. Because my show runs from 3 p.m. to 7.
Okay.
And I have to load that morning, then unload, set up my booth, tear it down, come home, pick up my kids.
Right.
And I would love to think that I'm like, yes, I will stay up for another 4 hours, but I probably will not want to.
So one Thursday a month?
June. Yeah, the first Thursday of every month. So
okay.
So we'll have three weeks in a row and then a week off.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So in that case, I mean, just stay tuned to my TikToks. I do slates for the to be diced every week, usually, if I'm not, piece of shit. Yeah, just check out my timeline, and I'll praise everybody of the slate for the week. If there is any interruptions to the programming for the week, I'll let you guys know. Other than that, Chris, one more quick question for you. How can somebody commission you for any personal projects they would like to have designed by you?
I do special orders. Those are through my website. Those are through my website, clayrootstudio.com. But yeah, there's a form you can fill out, and that gets contacted directly to me, and then we can discuss
you hear
much it's gonna be and all sorts of things. So
you heard it here first, guys. Go to clayrootstudios.com to get your own personalized mugs. You can get a personalized urn or pottery of any type. This man is capable of creating some fine pottery.
Man, so,
invisible mug right here. Isn't it gorgeous?
Give this guy a shout out if you need some work done. Other than that, I will resign my position as the marketeering of the To Be Dice crew. So at this point on, it is your horse, Chris.
Well, thank you. They blush and sweat. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I am so sweaty right now.
Well, stop being
God,
so
it's hot to be
right now.
pirate. I hate. Why are pirates so hot? Because they wear too many layers. That's why.
Yo ho, a sweaty life for me.
Exactly.
As we fade to black on William, the party is winding down the evening. So I'll ask, just to make sure I haven't missed anybody or anything, is there anything else you would like to do this evening before we kind of move clocks forward?
Grendel, I think after all the dancing, is gonna kind of settle in. She'll finish her ale and she will curl up and just kind of weave flowers until she falls asleep.
I will say this will probably be the first time William has spent away from the party.
Except for that one time he was dead in the sewers.
Right.
Yeah.
willingly spent away from the party.
There you go.
He couldn't help being killed by his own son. That
Right.
was a whole different matter.
Being away from the dead don't count.
I will say, as the party is getting settled in for the night, Xenia would have propped a chair up by the window and lit a candle, sketching in his book the various abominations they encountered, and then on a fresh page across 2 pages he is drawing the false Hydra. Every now and then he looks out the window to the surrounding city, the forest beyond, half expecting William to come down the street at any given moment, but by the time it passes after midnight and he realizes there's not much point in keeping watch much longer. Surely he's fine. Just needs a moment to himself. Xenia will blow out the candle and retire to his own bed.
Cody, you said you had something?
During these moments where the party is winding down, anybody who cares to notice will see Godi in one of the in a chair by the table in the room, pondering an object in their hand. And this object, geometric in nature, would look familiar to everybody who was on the Dragon Turtle Island, as this was a puzzle box that ended up unlocking a way deeper into where we needed to go.
Grendel's rolling perception right now. Knew that roll immediately.
I think that Taylor's rolling something, but I don't think it's dice.
What am I doing?
Oh, you were rolling for it? What? We all thought you were rolling perception because what Matt just said.
Oh no! I am rolling, but I'm not rolling dice.
Oh God. Well, okay, never mind. No one notices Godi rolling or fucking on the puzzle bot.
So you are contemplating the box, Cody?
Yeah, I'm checking it out.
Just looking. Okay.
Well, I mean, you and I both know this is something that he does spend some time with during rests. So
Okay.
this would be a time where he would try that, see what else he can uncover.
Okay. I'm curious. Toro, Dorset, Which one? You were going to say something.
No, I would say Toro, because Toro had the room separate with the shadow
Tabaxi, yeah.
tabaxi. He probably would have just gone there, taken like a few like fruit if there was available, and a couple of drinks as well. Just kind of like a cheese board, like cheese plate with fruit and stuff. And if
Charcuterie!
was there, he would have like
Charcuterie board.
placed it on the floor in the middle and sat on the ground like a couple of drinks, and it would just be like, if you want to call it a night, I'm not gonna bother you, but if you want, feel free to partake, yeah. And he just has a moment where he's just, as he's chumming and just thinking about the rest of the party. It's quite a peculiar bunch. I like them.
Peculiar is one word for it. Luna's ears sort of flicked towards Toro. When you entered, you would have noticed she sat on the edge of a small desk and was penning what seems to be multiple missives, entirely in code, just sort of relaying the past events to the organization.
Fucking
One
tell
skull
me
in
AI
particular.
Souls saved you. Don't do it.
You're not here. You don't know what's happening. One skull. One skull in
fucking dare.
particular is longer than the rest, and it's basically a more formal mission report that one could gather perhaps the intense descent of a matron, because there is much to share and very little time to convey it before the next events occur. For all we know, the world could end tomorrow. Oh wells.
I don't think it will. I have a hunch.
They are peculiar. I don't want to say exceeded, but they are not quite what I expected.
What did you expect?
You know how every so often these adventurers, they come into our city, they do odd jobs. They try to change the world without realizing what they do is actually making it worse. And then they leave with a mess for the locals to clean up. Never to be seen again. They've made an effort to do otherwise. To pick up the pieces they might have left behind. I can respect that.
You actually see a shift in Toro's face when you mention that, like, leaving things behind. And he kind of goes silent for a moment. Like, he was just like chewing and drinking, and all of a sudden you say that and he sort of goes really still. Yeah. I know much about disappearing. Not at will, though. But some of those who disappear maybe trying to mend the things they left behind, trying to right the wrongs, you see. Well, what do I know? He just drinks.
I suspect you know more than you share. And that's fine too. A wise man would.
Takes a wise one to know a wise one.
Just a little twitch of a small smile.
And then he just, I won't bother you if you're doing your thing right into your people. Hey, you let them know, yeah? That our deal still stands. You don't mess around with my business, I don't touch yours.
As I said, Mr. Toro, we have no quarrel with you.
Well, good. Good.
We are good. Pass me some of those grapes.
He just smiles, just kind of grabs and stretches and just sort of passes the tray so you can grab some.
Did you manage to conclude your business here?
I'm not sure. There's, didn't want to bother them about it, but I'd like to know more about what happened at that dinner. There may have been some people there who I'd like to know what they may have heard about them.
Don't ask.
I'm sure you have time to ask if you intend to stay with them. for some time yet.
He chuckles as he says,
They
Uh,
like you.
he chuckles
They
as he says,
do.
yeah. And he says, oh, don't worry, lass. Time I'm not worried about.
Ominous. Can I insight check that?
Sure.
It just sounded very ominous.
Sure.
It's like, what do you mean by that? I don't know. 4. You're a strange man, Toro. But a refreshing one.
I'll give you this because I tried to roll
As-
deception and I rolled a 2.
Oh,
Plus
great.
1, which is a 3. So,
What do you mean?
Damn!
Holy shit!
By a fucking hair! Oh my god!
yep. So
The dice are
What
talking today.
what you get from that, for some reason, when he says that he's not worried about time, he like means it. Not like a I don't think about. It's like it's almost like he has a certainty that time for whatever his task is not a problem to him.
Hmm.
Would one say it's almost comparable to what William perceives time as?
Not really. It's not. There's nothing like. It's not like a.
Not that I'm rolling insight, but that would be
No,
cool.
no. Like, yeah, I feel like the closest thing that you would get from an inside check for that particular statement would be that. Like, there is just something about the fact that, and if you probably pay attention to him, or if you were to like think back at some of the things that he said in the past, and some of the things that he mentions and just casually throws out, there would be like a sense of, there seems to be a level of like confidence about the outcome of certain things that he has mentioned in the past, and that is also connected to this particular statement he just did.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Time is a very precious commodity that few can have. At least you are wealthy in that regard as well.
I won't live differently than any of other of my dwarf king, but I certainly intend to make my impact long lasting.
Here, here. I believe I do have 8 more lives left, so make of that what you will.
I hope I get to enjoy as many as I can. You're a good one, eh? I can tell.
Don't say that too loud, people will call you a liar.
I've been called worse.
They will drink to that.
William will
Same.
definitely
As
call you a
they
liar.
do,
William sneezes.
as they raise their glasses and continue their conversation over the night, the camera will pan back down to the main floor, to a table where Goliath sits contemplating this metal cuboid thing.
He's going over this object again and again, and like just observing it for a moment until he thinks he possibly has figured out something new to try. And then I'll give it a go. He will shift the sigils and different pieces around of this puzzle, trying to make a new, I believe they were described as runes, appear on one of the faces. See what combinations could possibly happen with it.
Is there anything in particular, like a particular rune that you're trying to make happen on this thing? Or a particular symbol of some sort?
Well, he knows 4 of them. He's going for something that he doesn't know yet, and
Okay.
he's not sure how it would correlate to. I mean, it's one of the things where he won't know what he's looking for until he finds it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me that check for that. I believe it was intelligence.
Not Arcana.
You can use Arcana. Go ahead.
Yes. You fool, you've let me use my most powerful skill.
What fun would it be if you couldn't use it?
It is a 14 this time around.
You twist it, turn it, kind of play with it in your hands. You notice something a little bit different, a slightly different configuration as before, where the other 8 sides, or the 8 schools of magic, one side looks okay. And you continue to kind of follow that thought process through there. And the other 4 sides begin to take shape of spades, hearts, diamonds, clubs. And as it does, it separates once again, and 300 gold pieces out on the table before it closes back up and spins itself back to a starting point.
God damn.
Cody will kind of hold the object in his hand, look down at the mess that was just created on this table. And he just, and slowly start to clean it up, trying to put it into a pouch or whatever the case may be. And then he'd open his own notebook and just start writing down this new finding and how he came upon it. He's also going to look around the room and see if anybody is alerted to the fact of 300 gold pieces just falling on the table.
A few heads possibly turn. Most people are tired and more so bedding down for the night. If anything, you've disturbed somebody's slumber with the racket, and they kind of turn over and sleepy-eyed look up and go, the barman is the one that notices most and just kind of like, I've seen some weird shit, but that's weird, man.
Was that a new kind of bag of holding I don't know about? What the fuck was that?
Yeah, right.
Actually, if I may retcon a little thing, I don't think that Gody would have done this on the floor of the tavern. I think that he would have done it in the room.
Okay, then definitely.
Because, like...
This is more of a private matter for you, I guess. Yeah.
I will say, if he is in the room when he's doing this, Grendel probably will, like, hear the clash of coins. She'll kind of just, like, sit up. Her hair is, like, like a rat's nest off to one side. She'll go, Goldie, what is going on? Is William shooting someone again?
No, William's currently spinning with a stump right now. Or something.
To your question, Gody would respond, not that I'm aware of, but he's not here, so I am learning.
Oh, you're learning? She's gonna get out of bed and she's gonna kind of like rub her eyes, shuffle over. She goes, "What are we learning? Is it a game? I like games. Where did you
You
get
know
all
what?
the shinies?"
From the game.
Can you teach me how to play the game?
Cody's going to hold out a puzzle box, the puzzle box to Grendel, and explain this. You remember this, yes? The Gendra
Oh,
brought this with us from the island.
yes, with the giant turtle man. Yeah.
Correct. Well, and he's going to start gesturing to the sides and the symbology around all of them. He's going to say, you can manipulate these sides. You can form different runes or symbols. And when we figure out different combinations, different things happen. Like
Mhm.
this box opened up and a mass of gold pieces poured out.
Grendel's gonna like look at the box. She goes, "So is it like?" She's gonna kind of start just kind of shifting it around to me, like, "So do you like do this to like make pretty pictures, and then that, and then if you
Yes.
make the picture pretty enough, and then it gives you oh." So she's just gonna be sitting here, just like trying to like formulate
Create a
some
pattern by mistake.
picture.
I wonder 100% Goaty is just like, let's see if she just figures something the fuck out.
Grendel, go
Grendel
ahead
has a
and make
very
me.
unique way of looking at things that is nothing like what Goaty would do. So
She would
yeah,
be
he wants
trying
to
to
see what she's gonna do.
formulate the ruins or anything to make
She
it
does
look
have a unique
solid.
perspective.
Make me an intelligence check.
This
And
is
by
straight
unique
intelligence.
perspective, yeah, we're definitely getting a unique perspective here.
So it's just a straight 18 because I don't have any pluses, but I don't have any minuses either. So
Oh, that's
we're straight
good. Look at
intelligence.
that. Look at that. All right.
But she would be trying to formulate it into like a flower and just like, I am going to make the prettiest picture ever. And she's just sitting here just shuffling.
I need
What
you
does that
to
mean?
flip me a coin.
Oh, fuck. What does that mean?
Oh my god.
This is the moment when Grendel solves the whole campaign.
Fuck, I don't have my fucking D2 up here with
Roll a
me.
d4. Roll
Okay,
roll a
I have
goddamn
one if you'd
d4.
like.
Odds and evens.
Odds and evens.
Okay,
Yeah, there you go.
okay.
Oh god.
That's a
Odds
four.
is heads. Oh, that's evens, so tails. Yeah. The fuck did she just create? Please tell me she did not just create a fucking calamity. Oh, God.
The next BBG is Pinhead, like I said.
You turn these dials. And runes begin to appear on each side. The first one clicks into place. War. The next clicks. Conquest.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Following one, famine.
No.
And the last clicks into place. The mark of death.
Oh no, what did I do?
No!
Gas begins to emanate. I need you both to roll Constitution saving throws.
Could I instead
No!
cast a second level spell
Oh my god.
instead of making
You
a
have
check?
a momentary reaction. Go for it.
What the
You would be
fuck?
intently watching this and clicking
That's
each
cloud kill
one,
for you.
and before the last one clicks in,
Like seeing that first bit of gas starting to erupt. Godey's face goes from this moment of like genuine curiosity to oh no. And Godey goes to use his last spell slot to cast Air Bubble on Grendel.
No!
Is this in our room? Our shared room
With Xenia in it.
with Xenia in it.
Well,
Well,
Do I
the thing
have
is,
something for
here's
this?
the thing. Grendel is still holding the box. And if you cast air bubble around Grendel, it's gonna keep
just
the gas in the bubble. Oh, it's just in the head. Oh my
Yeah. Allows you to
Oh
breathe.
my
Yeah,
god.
you're able to breathe in this.
Goldie, what's going on?
He can't fucking talk. He's choking.
well, we gotta wait for the master of games to tell us what happens before Godey does anything else.
I am shaking right now. Oh my god. If anything happens to Goaty and it's Grendel's, oh my god!
29
Oh my
plus-
god.
This could not have gone better.
Do not kill my fucking crew while William is fucking lamenting over his child right now.
As a reaction, can Grendel just throw the cube out the window?
We're about to find the fuck out. Oh, God.
This cloud begins to seep slowly at first. Godey casts air bubble just before it fills the room. You take 54 points of poison damage,
Oh my God.
and for the next 24 hours, have the poison condition if you survive.
That would
So-
be the case because Godey is now unconscious.
Grendel immediately throws the box out the window. She is immediately she's like, oh my god, and she like is frantically going through her dress as she pulls out a
What-
fucking health potion and just immediately starts shoving it and distributing it down Godey's throat.
What was the con save? Because Xenia just rolled a nat 20 for a 21.
You'll take half.
Take half. He still goes down. So what happens is that he's asleep, but then he's a very light sleeper because he's had to be in the wild, and he sort of jolts awake when he immediately senses that something is wrong.
Fucker.
With relentless endurance, he almost loses his consciousness, but then comes back up to 1 HP.
Oh, you son
And
of a
sees
bitch.
what's going on.
God damn it, Xenia.
Toro! And she is immediately just shoving this fucking health potion down Godey's throat. And like I said, she threw that fucking cube out the fucking window. Toro! Something happened!
We
Oh,
are
you-
coming.
You hear just at the last time, boom, chkum, clunk, gum, 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 bang, and just the door fucking
The door
opens.
kicks open.
And
The-
Grendel immediately puts her hand up. She goes, "Leonidas, stay there, but there's gas and Goldie fell down and Xenia, are you okay?
I'm okay.
Goldie, she is aggressively just distributing like health potion, and if he does not immediately get up, she immediately goes to pop another one and just fucking, yeah, she is.
I need Toro to roll a strength check on that door.
I just wanted to try and make a pretty picture. I wasn't trying to hurt Goldie.
I'm going to take the opportunity tonight to state something that I wanted to say earlier before, but Matt wasn't here. Yesterday, I didn't realize because I was so tired that I was rolling Toro's dice for borrow, and they did really good for borrow. And I think that they didn't like the fact that now I was trying to use them for Toro today, because that was a 3 for a total of 8.
What can I? Luna is awake, obviously, such a racket. Can I pick the door lock?
You're on the
This
inside,
was
you
for
can
something
lock-
else. The door comes open.
Oh, never mind.
And the
Proceed.
door, as the door swings open, you push it with enough force that it pushes the gas away from it, enough time for you to kind of look and assess what's going on. so you can take a breath before having to do whatever you do next.
Clodo, I don't know what happened. We were just playing a game. I don't like this game.
Question, Sir DM. Would KD and Opal been able to have a room in here? And if so, would they have heard this? Especially Grendel shouting.
Yeah, at this point, like Remy would be like coming up the stairs, and anyone else that would like to, yeah.
So I'm going to say that as people are gathering, Dorset is running, Opal is running, and then Dorset notices Toro on the front door and sees him take a breath in, and they look and they notice the thing, and they notice the smoke inside, and she looks to Opal. They look to Opal as they say, "Poison cloud," and Lady Opal steps on the door, looks at Dorset, says window. Dorset draws a dagger that they have in the back, throw it out the window to break it, and Opal is going to cast Control Winds.
Just move all of that out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, room's clear.
Yeah.
Grendel is still aggressively distributing this health potion. She's like, Goldie, please wake up. Please wake up, Goldie. Goldie, where the fuck is William? And just like she is frantic. And she administered I think it's just a basic potion of healing. That'll be 2d4 plus 2.
That still works on an unconscious creature, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
As long as someone can distribute it. So that will be a 2 and a 3.
2d4 plus 4, 2. Or 2d4 plus 4.
No, it's 2d4 plus 2 for this, for what they have. So that will be
For a base.
a 2 and a 3 for 7 full points of healing. Goldie, wake up! Goldie!
With
Lord.
that, Goldie takes a deep breath, coughs a bunch, and kind of looks around, gaining his bearings, and looks up at Grendel.
She's immediately hugging him.
He,
Kind
kind of stunned, wraps his arms around her and kind of like hugs her, makes sure that she's okay. And then slowly, starting quietly, Goldie begins laughing.
Of course he does. Of fucking course he does.
You actually see Toro like at the door, sort of looking this whole thing, and then Goldie starts laughing, and he's just like holding his war pick, and then it's just that thing of.
Grundle is just sitting there, just super confused, like, what's so funny? Goldie,
Luna,
I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to kill you. I don't like that game. I'm not good at it, obviously.
Grendel, I'm sorry. It's fine. And he's gonna like sit up and look at Grendel's. Are you okay? And he's gonna kind of like poke the air bubble.
I'm okay, thanks to you, but
I leave the party to grieve for a little bit, and you guys nearly kill yourselves.
I wanted to give you more reasons to grieve.
yeah.
I didn't mean to. I don't think I played the game right.
No, you did just fine.
I'm
Grendel,
sorry.
I promise.
I threw your square out the window.
Well, we must get that back. Help me. And
Allow me.
She's gonna help him up. And
You actually hear Dorset as Dorset says, me. And they point their hand toward the window, and you just see this like little imp that comes over their shoulder, runs on their hand, jumps, and then wing spam, and then go flying through the window. As Dorset is just looking at the group and saying, so, anyone care to tell me what happened?
we were playing a game, and Goldie obviously won the game because Goldie got a lot of gold, but I think I lost the game because they almost killed Goldie.
You did that?
So we're not killing anyone. And over Toro's head, you just see Luna standing equally confused, several daggers in hand, looking as though she's about to throw them, and just lowers them.
Toro is
No,
laughing
we're
in front of
not- no, we're
Luna and
not
just like
going to
tapping at
Goldie.
Luna's leg, like, I still don't know what's happening.
But Grendel's gonna look at Goldie. He's like, "Are you okay, Goldie? I know the healing potion couldn't do much, but how are you feeling?"
I will be fine, thank you. I mean it.
Okay, does he look fine? That's the question.
He is at 7 HP.
It's better than no HP.
He's like coughing, his voice is raspy, but
So
he is upright, and though he's swaying a little bit, you don't think he's gonna fall over or pass out or anything like that.
DM. Grendel got her herbalism kit back, right? Or her brewing kit back, right?
That is up to Luna, I believe. I believe she
Yes.
gave everyone their stuff back. So yeah,
She gave Grendel
not
a
everyone.
brewing kit back.
She gave Grendel her stuff back.
Okay, so
Because it is
Grendel-
quite a big thing.
Now, question. Due to Grendel being very kind of knowledgeable, at least like pretty knowledgeable in plants and herbs, especially like and stuff like that, would she be able to notice that Goldie has the poison condition?
Oh shit, I do, don't I?
I can do a medicine check.
Yeah, go ahead and make a medicine check for me.
Turn that on,
I
along with the 1 level of exhaustion that Cody has that I completely forgot about.
hate that this is all going on while William's fucking lamenting.
That would be a 16 for the medicine check.
16. You would be able to assess that he's up, he's fine, but he is a little sicky.
There's grogginess to him.
Yeah.
Can Grendel?
He needs some apple juice.
Grendel
Happy
is
juice.
going to take out her brewer's kit. And would it be safe to say she probably has like a collection of just like plants and stuff? Like, 'cause she obviously would be probably any like herbs that she sees that she'd probably collect along with flowers. If I were to take the time to do so, could I possibly brew something that could allow to at least help with the poison condition?
Yeah, definitely.
So you just kind of see her with this mortar and pestle. What would I need to roll for that?
That
Would be up
the,
to.
tinkering check, I believe.
It's a proficiency plus either intelligence or what's nature? Intelligence. So it's a proficiency plus intelligence modifier if you're using your herbalism kit.
Okay.
Okay.
So you roll and
Let me
then
double
add those.
Yeah, let me double check for the
I'll just
herbalism.
point out that sometimes the descriptions about crafting a potion says that the minimum sometimes that can take is half.
It's like a week, but yeah, it's up to the GM at that point.
This is like a quick, like
Yeah, and you
grinding
have-
up
Yeah, this
some-
is more of
some
like a quick
spices
fix.
and like plants and like sticking it in his cheek and here.
Yeah.
I'll say
like,
considering
Chew on this.
also where we are and how things are run in this particular tavern, there will probably be resources for Grendel to use. To
Right. That
facilitate
too.
that.
Yeah,
Xenia probably has resources that Grendel could use.
I would say that. Yeah,
just a
so it'd
straight
be like the
intelligence
help
roll.
action with that as well.
It's not
That does
intelligence
remind me,
plus your
is Xenia
proficiency.
okay?
Yeah,
oh,
right?
Xenia's fine because he's a half-orc relentless endurance. He bounced back up.
Fair.
Arcana
He doesn't look
investigation.
any- He doesn't look
Are
any more
these-
green than he normally is.
These are all intelligence-based checks. So Arcana, investigation, medicine, nature, and survival. All intelligence-based. So yeah, you just have to add your proficiency to that check as well.
All right. Where is my proficiency bonus on here?
Should be a plus.
It's going to be a plus
3 to your level.
for-
Plus
plus 4. Plus
Plus
4.
4.
Okay, so Grendel, she's kind of like pulling out like a few like very strong smelling herbs. She goes, Back when I was at the village, I used to get really, really sick, and Papa did not like it whenever I would puke everywhere because it was a lot of puke. And so Papa taught me how to make this, and it should help you breathe a little bit easier. It will help clear your nostrils, and it will also help. It will also help make your tummy feel better.
Does that have anything to do with how you will usually just eat everything with inside without checking if it's edible first?
That's
Well, that's kind of the reason I would get sick a lot.
Ah.
And you said advantage on that, right?
Yeah,
Help action.
the help action with that. Yeah.
So that would be a 17 plus 4 for a 17, 18, 19, 20, 20 for 21.
23. 21. Yeah. You're
Working
right.
class
21.
21.
Where's
Legally
You
21.
quickly put together this this concoction of herbs and various liquids. And if Godi were to take it,
I don't think
his
anybody has a
poison.
choice.
Say ah, and she's gonna do. Here comes the dragon, and
What? Oh, that's adorable. Well, thematically speaking, the entire time that you're making this and going through the story, Godi is pulling the Grendel, please, you don't need to, no, that's fine. Yes, I understand. Grendel, please, you don't need to, until probably something gets shoved in his mouth.
yeah, literally, like so. Grendel probably after combining all the ingredients, it would have been like a paste, and she would have. She would have taken it and then she would have rolled it into a ball, and then she goes say ah, and she grabs Cody by the mouth and just shoves it in his mouth. This is going to taste like butt, but it'll be okay.
Cody's gonna, like, since it's in his face, like, kind of, and just
On your
power
nose, it
through
can
it.
help.
Godi
Your-
stoics his way through it.
Evil eating ass at some point, right?
Your 24-hour
whoa, whoa,
poison
whoa.
condition is reduced to an hour, and you believe that with some rest and maybe a sleep, the rest of this sensation would
No more
go
experiments.
away.
I'm sorry.
While
for
William's
almost
gone.
killing you. I'm sorry for almost killing you, Goldie. I didn't. mean-
Grendel, it's fine, and he has a smile on his face.
But if anything happened to you, then you're the only person left in this party who started this journey with me. And if anything happened to you, it would have been
Randall.
my fault.
Randall, I am not allowed to fall because I promised to get you safely to your Helene.
Well, and you better not do that again. Or actually, I better not do that again. I'm not allowed to touch the box anymore. And she.
You are fine, and I promise. As your friend returned, madam. Speaking
Sorry,
to
repeat that?
Madame Dorset,
Well, sorry, what was that? What did you say?
because you sent your infamiliar to collect the box.
Oh yeah, you probably would see at some point there's an imp that just shows up from the window and just is holding the thing, and you see it like sit on the table in front of you, and it's just that thing where he's like looking, and he's like, "Mind."
Not yours, my brief acquaintance from earlier, but you can hand that over now.
Mine?
Nope.
You remember the library and the window and
Quit rationalizing with the pet and just take the pet. Take the item.
Grendel will offer
Yes,
a
that is
flower
me,
crown
so
to
please.
exchange for the box.
And you see that like the imp just kind of like looks at Dorset, and Dorset just has that moment where it's just puts it on your hand,
Thank you.
and then he just tries to bite your finger.
Oh, I think he likes you.
Try that shit with William. William shooting your ass.
Just flies back and just hides him.
Honestly, no, because this is what I do. What I, Matt, do with like kittens and puppies and stuff. If they bite my hand, I'm just going to literally not even react and just look at them like, do your thing.
Yeah, you see, he's
I
gonna,
hurt you.
Well, William would 100%.
Are you done?
100% shoot that motherfucker.
he just has that moment. And you just just turn his wings just starts flying up.
Goaty knows.
As-
Oh my god, the shimmy! The fucking shimmy!
Goaty knows that this
disappointed.
thing is technically a fiend of some kind. He's not gonna fuck with it, even though like he could try to like big dog this thing. No, he's not going to. Just do your thing, buddy.
Goldie isn't
once-
going to, but as the imp is flying up, Tora, the dinosaur cat, is going to try and pounce on its tail. Because it's right there.
I love this part.
And then it's
so
gonna
much.
just like.
I can't wait to reveal what William's been doing this whole fucking time to you while you guys are sleeping comfortably.
I will say that at one point, Dorset will ask as the imp returns to their shoulder. They just they sort of look around and just, where is William?
He left, Xenia will say, earlier when you were all dancing. He looked like he wanted to be alone.
You see Dorset consider this, and they turn their head in the direction of their imp. And you just have the imp sort of like looking at them, and then they just jump off again, and they just fly off the window. Unexpectedly, potentially to try to fly around and see if they can find where William is.
It is very late. I'm very worried William might be asleep in a gutter somewhere. We should probably go try to find him.
I don't think that would be so unusual for him.
Exactly.
Well, it's not comfortable to sleep in a gutter, and if William is going to sleep anywhere, it should be in a bed.
My familiar will find him. If he is in troubled condition, we'll bring him back. Otherwise, if they want to be alone, I don't see why we cannot respect that.
I just hope he's okay. You seem to be having a very rough time.
Look around,
Who was...
Grendel. Many people are having a rough time right now.
I know that, but at least we're all still alive still, and even though it's rough, like... my papa always told me that when the winter time is very cold, and it is something that we all don't like, but no matter how long the winter may be and how cold it may be, spring always ends up coming at some point. Even though you might be cold now, you just have to wait for spring, and then the flowers bloom, and it always ends up melting away at some point. And I hope William finds his spring soon. I hope everyone does.
Goaty smirks at what Grendel just said. It's very poetic that this is something that your papa would tell you. And he's going to hold aloft the box in front of Grendel. And he's going to say, "You did not do anything wrong. But just because something bad did happen does not mean everything is going to be bad." And as he starts to rotate through some of the symbols, he says, "As you said, as the cold of last light, which is what winter is called in Vardin, may seem long and like it is not going to end, it is always pushed aside by rain's hand, which is what spring is called in Vardin, as a rune is created that is the primordial rune for rain's hand." Chris?
Smash.
You select this rune
Yes.
on your behalf, or is Grendel?
Remembering that, because if I do remember correctly, the rune could be assembled, but then it had to be activated, like push button kind of deal. So when it is at that stage, hold it out to Grendel for her to activate.
Grendel will look at the box in fear for a moment. And you watch as she takes just a second and remembering the rune and seeing the rune for spring, because as she kind of thinks back to times where she would draw that, like Grendel doesn't know a lot of runes, but that is one of the few that she does know. Because like they would always have spring festivals in her town, and it would be plastered all over the city. And she kind of thinks back to underneath the apple tree with Helene, just drawing that same symbol, and first in the dirt, and then it shows her drawing it in the snow. As she kind of then holds her breath and then pushes the symbol, activating the device.
As you push this, in a very similar fashion that Godi has turned this device and clicked it into its various positions, it rotates on its own once you push it. As it unfolds, it reveals an emerald, expertly cut into a rose, worth 500 gold pieces.
Fucking smash.
As an arcane light touches your finger, your skin begins to harden and turn to almost a bark. Little tendrils and vines and flowers begin to sprout up. You are under the effects of the spell Bark Skin.
Fucking smash!
Oh my god.
You fucking need it. First off, you fucking need it. Thank you. The
For the
fucking
next
AC of
24
12.
hours, you have Bark Skin,
An AC?
which gives you,
What's
I
her
believe,
AC
an
now?
of 16.
Oh, thank God!
16.
Thank the gods of Vardin. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to take a moment to thank the Academy. Thank you, the Emperor Paragon, and so on and so forth. And then meanwhile, I'm gonna thank this bottle of fucking rum while I try and forget that I just broke in my own goddamn son in this fucking realm. All right, peace out.
Grendel, upon seeing this emerald and seeing like the bark extend up her arms and like in the tendrils, and she kind of says, she goes, wow. And she reaches out and picks up this emerald as she looks at it. How big is it?
It fits in your palm.
Beautiful.
Oh, this is so pretty. I will keep this because this will be the first thing I give Helene when I see her.
As you take it out, go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh no, go ahead.
No, you go.
You go. You go, Grendel. You go.
You hang up.
As you take the emerald
hang
out the
first.
box, the box snaps shut and spins once again back to a starting point that Godi is familiar with. That is all.
Grendel just holds it in her hands. She goes, I really can't wait to see Helene again. Because I know that she would really like this. I know that she'd really like all of you guys. It's why you guys have to stay alive, so y'all can meet her. Because she is my spring. Right now it feels like winter.
You're killing me here, Taylor.
And she kind of just sits down on her bed as she is just very gently with her thumb just kind of caressing the petals of this emerald. And she just is kind of just muttering to herself, and she goes, I will claw my way through every layer of hell that I absolutely can to find my blooming shadow. And I will bring you to the sun again, my dear, so we can bloom together. I promise. And she's going to gently wrap the emerald, and she's going to put it in a very special little pouch that she keeps all of her little trinkets that she collects for. And like opening it up, you kind of see little bits of bones, as well as like cool, just like shaped little rocks and dark stones, and all in deep purples and like accents of silvers and gold. And she goes, I will make sure to have all of this for her, because every time I look around in nature, I always end up finding something that reminds me of her, and so I'll keep collecting them until I find her. I won't stop.
You
And
actually,
even if I have to die to end up in hell just to find her, I'm okay with that too.
hear a sniffle from the door as Toro pretends to just adjust his stash. As he goes, all right, mate. You know what? None of you are dying. Screw it. No sleeping. Just like stomps on the ground. And he goes, someone give me a sending stone. As he starts to go down the steps. He just starts going down the steps. I will just tell you right now, Toro is not sleeping tonight. He actually is going to go downstairs, make a call, leave the tavern, head to the nearest craftsman people, forge people that are in this town, and he's going to get to work. He's not sleeping tonight. He'll take the exhaustion,
Hi,
but
Mom.
he's absolutely not sleeping tonight.
Mom, I
Good.
just wanted to call and tell you I love you.
You actually know it's more a thing where you actually like you can probably hear it because it's so not like quiet when it comes to Torval. You just hear something who's like, all right, Malak, tomorrow, you make your way out here. I don't care, you have to pay the bloody gold. Just get the goddamn door and teleport here. It's just, I'm going out.
Bye, Toro. Be
As
safe.
you
Make sure you
as
keep an
you
eye out
exit
for
the
William.
tavern, coming down the streets is the small party of dwarves that you left in Aris Mora, who had made their way trekking towards Embershard upon your request, and have arrived. As they reconvene with you, talk briefly, and follow your lead into the night to find the forges, find the craftsmen, and begin your work for the evening.
He says to them, sorry, mates. I know you're probably tired. You'd like to rest, but we got work to do. And when there's work, we don't stand idle, yeah? And everybody's just like, yeah. Whatever you need. And, all right, let's go. And off they go.
I
Very well.
love this party so much.
Everyone else.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. You guys got more
No,
stuff,
just
go for it.
After putting the emerald gem into the pouch, she kind of closes it up, and she kind of sits on the bed. She looks at Godi and she goes, I'm sorry I almost killed you. It looks like we won the game together this time.
Godi smirks and shakes his head at Grendel. Grendel, my friend, you've helped me because now I remember what you did with the puzzle box. So I will be fine in the future.
Well, maybe if we ever have any bad guys, we can use it and we can throw it at their face.
That's not a bad idea.
But I'm gonna kind of wait until William comes back. I want to make sure he's okay before I go to sleep.
Okay.
Xenia, are you all right? I'm sorry I woke you.
It's okay, Grendel. He's sort of sat up in his bed and he's got Tora in his lap just patting her, also half to make sure she doesn't go running after that imp again.
Okay. Some quick bookkeeping on William's end. Out of all of you, who has the highest charisma score?
Not Gody.
Not Xenia.
Grendel's a 9 in charisma.
Please wait. I'll check Lena.
Ha!
Is William
Grendel
really the most persuasive guy in the entire fucking party? Toro, please tell me.
If you're
Grendel
counting
has more charisma than
if
Gody
you're
does.
counting Dorset, probably
No,
Dorset. If you're
William's not going to trust Dorset, one, for the fact that he just met her today and
What?
nearly
Luna
tried to
has a
shoot her.
14.
William's not trusting Luna for shit.
What's Williams?
William's persuasion or charisma is a 14. So
Yeah,
I mean,
what's his persuasion?
See, here's the thing.
I'm mainly looking for help dealing with my son right now. So who has
What is your modifier for your persuasion, not your charisma?
Okay.
Your persuasion.
Persuasion is a +2. I need somebody with proficiency in persuasion.
Toro has a +5. That's part of his job.
All right, William would know that due to the fact that he assesses his fucking crew. William, okay, all right, we got our plan of action for the following morning. Okay, cool.
William, take Toro for your son. Take Xenia for you. Emotional support.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, he's still questionable about fucking Toro, but he trusts him at least. He was in battle with him, so he trusts him to a degree.
I don't think an emotional support dwarf is gonna do much. William needs fucking therapy.
Oh, he 100% does, but he's taking an emotional support dwarf to help him deal with his
Right.
Proceed, Chris, please.
Are there any more attempts on the puzzle box this evening, Gody, or is it given a rest?
Thank God.
Gody is going. He is going to insist on staying up with Grendel until William returns, so that Grendel is fine.
Okay. As
Gody just wanted a nice little puzzle thing, and he got trauma.
So I'm going to be full disclosure. William had passed out in a pig pen. He got blackout drunk on a bottle of rum because he felt something for the first time since he
Died.
Since the first time he's received this affliction. So yeah, once he felt something, he went full send into a bottle of rum and he's passed out. At this point in time, he's like, honestly, probably the most fair result would probably be roll a d4 and figure out where the fuck he ended up in town.
I'm just gonna say I posted it, but the imp literally just rolled a nat 20 to find.
Shut.
Wait, Liam.
Rest in peace, the imp.
Now I'm rolling a d4 to figure out where William ended up. 2, where I'm assuming that's east of Ember Shard?
Southeast quadrant of. So, with some time, the imp eventually comes across the unconscious, drunken state of William the Great. As the night progresses, he is retrieved.
I'm going to say,
in the tavern. Go ahead.
If I may, though, the imp lowers down to find William.
I fucking hate that shit. I hate it so much, but I love it.
He's passed out, and you just see the face of the imp go.
No. Fucking no.
The
The
imp
demons finally come to take William.
takes its time, and it's going to braid William's hair in ribbons. And if he actually is passed out in a pig pen, he takes some of the mud and shit from the pen to draw like figurines on William's face, as
I
well
can't
as
stop this.
fake eyeglasses. And then it's just that thing where he just, to wake him up, it's just like, hey, smacking the face like a cat, just getting.
I'm gonna fucking kill this thing. I'm gonna kill this fiend. I'm gonna kill this fucking fiend. I'm 100% killing this fucking fiend multiple times. And any chance I get, I'm killing him.
He
And
goes
is
to
that
kill
thing-
it and just accidentally
yeah.
shoots himself in the head.
But it would basically be probably like, even if he doesn't wake up, the fiend will communicate. The imp communicates to Dorset to send the location for people to get William, and they will probably find the imp sitting on top of William's face, just sitting on it. Just
Yeah, I would probably say William, if there was a Constitution save to be made, he would willingly fail it, due to the fact that this is the first time he's felt anything since he's attained this affliction. He is desperately trying to forget this time and place in his memory that he caused his son. He's altered his son's trajectory in history, and that's what he's trying to forget. So that, I would say he would be so beyond the point of awakening that he would have to be carried if he was to be discovered where he's at.
The location of William communicated, and William brought back to the tavern to a comfortable bed. Now returned, Grendel and Godi can rest, knowing that William is back at the tavern.
I will say Grendel would probably tuck William in, but she would also take the time seeing, like, she likes the ribbons in the hair. She'll keep the ribbons in the hair, but she is going to just gently kind of just take a damp rag and she's going to very just softly wipe away the mud. And she goes, "You're so smelly, William. It'll be okay though. Grendel will clean you up." And she's just gonna try her best to clean William up as much as he can, make sure that he's comfortable, and she just very tightly tucks him in, and she kind of just gently pats his head.
Prestidigitation.
And she gently kind of pats his head and just goes, "Don't worry, William. I
would say, Grendel, for the first time you hear him say, "I'm sorry, Morgan," in his sleep.
Grendel kind of thinks back to the times where William handed her ale and pretty much also kind of talking about his difficulties with love and just companionship in general. And she kind of just sits there and she gives a very sad smile and she goes,
I'm gonna make a small retcon. He doesn't call her Morgan. You hear the words, "I am sorry, my jewel of the sovereign."
oh. Grendel, like, her lip kind of quivers a little bit hearing this. And she goes, I hope you can help. I hope I can help you find your spring, William. You're a very pretty gem, whoever she may be. I hope you can find happiness one day to where you don't have to drink to forget. You are a good person. I hope you know that. Just because you're an asshole doesn't make you a bad guy. You've just had a lot of bad things happen to you, didn't it? It will be okay. Grendel will take care of you. And she just gently puts a flower crown on his head before she climbs into bed and goes to bed. Good night.
As the night passes, sounds of rain on the roof begin to fade. The sky begins to brighten ever so slightly as the sun begins to burn away the fog in the morning. A new day in Embershard. People up early with what carts and wheels that they have begin to get to work on cleaning up their city, attempting to take whatever they have left and move on towards the future. As you each wake, you notice that some of the injuries that you had the day before are partially healed. You gain a short rest. And it's odd, because normally when you sleep this long, you restore to a much more energetic state. It's like when you feel like you've slept for 12 hours, but you feel like you need 36 more. And for good reason. You've been through the siege of Greenport. Made your way through the underground city of Arismora, avoiding dangers along the way, leaving friends, allies behind, pushing forward to Embershard. To only find more to deal with. Difficult battles, subterfuge, deception. And for the first time since Mindoran gave you this task of finding the Ember Paragon, you feel as though you have a moment to breathe. To take a moment if you need it. To gather your strength for what's to come. William. As you stir, what's your first plan of action?
I would say his mind would be in a haze at first. One, due to the fact that he doesn't remember where he last lost memory. So finding himself in the Canary Cape Tavern would be a shock to him.
Mm.
But that being said, he still had an agenda on his mind. Despite that. That being, he had a weapon design in mind prior to entering Vagon's mansion that would facilitate a facilitate Grendel being able to provide support from a long distance. That being said, his first immediate thought after he consumes a fuck ton and I mean a literal fuck ton of caffeine after feeling a hangover after not being able to get drunk for a lifetime. It feels consume enough caffeine to kill a literal fucking whale. Make his way over to the dockyard, where he was able to acquire a keg of gunpowder, where he knows there's literal cannons standing by, waiting to be procured. He is going to immediately to work to fashion a cannon for a woman of Grendel's size to be able to carry at her leisure. Granted, it will take a lot of fucking work, and it'll take probably more than likely take a 2-man team to be able to fucking fire at a rapid pace. He will fashion that in that capacity to where it would take a action and a bonus action to be able to fire and reload, as long as there's a 2-man team present for Grendel.
Okay.
So he will fashion the cannon to be able to be slung, as well as at least 5 shots to be preloaded and ready to go for a loading team to be able to quick fire. So what I'm hoping to achieve with this mobile cannon is to at least get 5 shots out of this with a action and a bonus action, as long as Grendel has a dedicated armament team. Otherwise, it will. If it's by herself, she has to take an action to or a bonus action to reload and fire it on her next action.
Okay.
So that's the idea.
This is a large project and something that you've kind of been thinking of since you've talked to Baddock about some sort of mounted cannon that somebody can carry.
Right.
You start on it. You begin to peruse Baddock's, shop, kind of grab some stuff, shake his apprentice down for like, I need this, this, and this, and you need to help me do this.
Yeah.
We're going to be running like some downtime. So during this downtime, this is going to be probably a few weeks of time. So whatever you want to accomplish in this week's.
William's sole focus is for Grendel, for sure. 100%.
About a week in, Baddock returns to the city of Embershard. The relief efforts have kind of tapered off. Things are starting to, new construction is happening, moving through, and he walks
so dreading
in
this conversation right now. I'm so dreading this.
He walks through the city with a cart.
Oh, God.
And you see him pass by the front of his shop and head further down the street to the Temple of the Silent Queen.
Mm-hmm.
If I see him, I'm stopping him. And I'm not stopping him, I'm walking in tandem with him.
He's just trucking it forward, and the cart is covered.
My condolences with you, mate. I wish I could have saved them all.
Thank you. We can wish for the stars and the moon, but all we get is another day. It will be all right.
Are
lad.
you? Yeah. You say that now. How are you holding up, mate?
A sight better than the city.
Well, to be frank with you, mate, we dealt with the plague that was threatening your city. We saved a lot of people.
The cart stops in front of the temple. He turns and looks up and makes eye contact for the first time. Gives you a genuine but small smile. Pats you as high up on the arm as you can. He goes, "That's
So
a
much
good
grief
lad."
in his eyes. So much grief.
Mm-hmm.
As much reassurance that Bata could provide, it's overwhelmed by the grief that William has present in his heart currently. And he just says, I wish I could have done the water, lad. I wish. I'm so sorry, mate.
I've had a lot of time to think about this on the way from Greenport. We're only without them for a small time. We'll see them again. And who knows? There's magic's at work in this world. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some rights to do. I shall have to get up and running again. As he goes to the back and picks her up and begins to carry her into the temple.
Listen, lad, if you need witnesses, just call upon us. We'll be there.
Right. Thank you. The rest of the afternoon goes by, and Baddock would return to his shop. Would you be there again working on your project, or?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. He's tunnel vision at this point. He has a long-term goal in place, and he is solely focused on that. Granted, he's probably slowed down by his grief, but he's still focused on it. It's just his grief is providing a hurdle at the moment.
Baddock would look at the drawings and schematics that have been made so far and kind of scratch his head a little bit, and you see someone who needs a distraction, and he begins to pour himself into your project. You have Baddock's help with this for the next week or so. Each day, he takes about the first portion of the day and goes to the Temple of the Silent Queen. and comes back and works on this every day, returning there and coming back.
All right.
So we'll put together that thing in our off time during the week.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else that you would like
William
to
would like to work on battle formations with the team.
Okay.
When he's once he's associated with, so
to what end? To have them gain a certain type of proficiency with something, or
to allow them to be able to assess the battlefield on their own at advantage, like be able to see what the layout of the battlefield the way William sees the battlefield.
Okay.
So if they need to make their own calls,
to
yeah,
kind of assess the battlefield, but at advantage, to kind of look at things a little bit differently.
William's trying to provide an opportunity to allow them to take a moment to assess the battlefield at advantage and find the most advantageous position for each individual character. And he's going to take that take that time to work with each individual to allow them to understand their perspective in that respective battle condition. Grendel being the front line of combat along with William. Train with her to allow her to be able to assess the combat scenario on the fly in the moment. Like Grendel's going to be his foremost thought, getting her battle ready for any future scenario to come. She needs to be able to assess the combat scenario on the fly quicker than everybody else, because William trusts Godey to be able to see what William is seeing and interpret it on his own. Other than that, Grendel, Xenia, and Toro is his main focus in combat training. He trusts Godey to be able to figure it out, but he knows he wants Grendel, Toro, and Xenia to be able to see what he sees on the battlefield and be able to interpret it on the same page.
Okay, perfect. Over the next few weeks, you take time out of each person's day, either collectively or individually, and whether it's, pieces of like game board, sort of moving them around from a top view, or sticks and drawing in the sand, any sort of application, or kind of taking them out into the outskirts of town, into the woods, the mountains.
I would say William would probably use the more extreme versions, and use cannons as a means of training as well.
Yeah.
He's not. Perfect. I mean, it's the same training regimen that he's used to from the Sovereign as well. The Sovereign would have used live ammunition to train their soldiers as well. So he's not shy about using live ammunition around his crew. So he would do this. He would essentially do the same training that he was exposed to.
Dance for me, Hapwork.
You equip your party members as best you can during this time, along with working on your project with Baddock, him returning to the Silent Queen's Temple every day, usually with a small satchel of coin every time.
I'm going to say that the one person that William doesn't get is Toro. Okay. Toro is literally not leaving the forge where he's working with his other dwarves. And no matter what you try to get him out of to say something to him, he is
Just
All right.
shouting over him like orders at
He,
and
yeah,
everybody
like
else is
he's
like, no,
literally,
you move that
he's,
thing. You're like pushing him out of the way.
yeah, he's literally, if anybody were to check on Toro, there are problems like, all right, I need you to hit that bloody forge is not hot enough. And then he's just, we're going here. It's just like, oi, oh, that is not the silver that I wanted. He drinks. This is the oil. That's not the water. And it's just like by the end of this, he will take whatever levels of exhaustion. Toro really has not really been sleeping. He's been working multiple projects simultaneously with his men, like his other dwarfs allies taking like little naps in between to like help each other, but Toro is like nonstop. He's literally just crafting the hell out of him, out of his mission.
Grendel probably throughout the week will help with any heavy lifting. And once the town is starting to kind of come together and shops are starting to open up again, Grendel is actually going to go flower shopping. And is there any like flower shops around?
There is one large flower shop that is connected to the city's botanical garden. And
Grendel,
as you go ahead.
Oh, Grendel's just going to walk in, just kind of very excited, but at the same time, again, she's a little sad because it reminds her of Helene's flower shop and just seeing everything. But she's going to approach, like, is there anybody inside?
Yeah, there is a small gnomish individual as you enter. What would you like to do?
Grendel's gonna walk up to them and goes, so, I would like to order a bunch of flowers, but also, do you have dahlia flowers?
Dahlia. Interesting. Well, how many flowers do you want? Because all we have right now are dandelions. That's the only thing coming up.
I'm fine with some dandelions. Those are very pretty. They also make a very nice dandelion tea and coffee and jellies. I love dandelion jellies. Oh, it's so delicious.
Yes.
Do you know any place where dahlia flowers may be growing, at least in the wild? I can go and look for them.
In the wild, they're pretty rare around here. They're quite exotic. We had an exhibit right over there.
And she points like into like the botanical gardens. And as you look, it's like dried out vines where there used to be lush like bushes and different things. There's small buds on the end of branches that are just beginning to like return and come back. But everything, like I said before, the whole city itself was emaciated, just lacking in nutrition of any sort. And it reflects in the plants as well. However, when she points down towards where they had the exhibit of the rare exotic dahlias, you see Madame Flora.
Grendel is going to she's going to I'm just going to take a look if that is okay. Hello,
yes.
Madam Flora, how are you? And she's going to skip over to her. She goes, how are you doing? Are you all right after all the scary things that have been happening in the town?
She is sitting on a bench and looks up from the small book that she is reading and takes off her small spectacles and tucks them away. Kind of closes the book softly. Yes, I'm doing quite well, just taking a break from everything for a while. I used to come here quite a bit when it was more green.
I can imagine it was beautiful when it was in full bloom, but and she kind of refers to some of the buds that are growing back, and she goes, but the best part about a lot of these plants is that they get to grow back even after harsh times, and soon they will be blooming again, and it will be beautiful.
Yes.
Probably even better than ever.
I believe so.
Nature tends to take care of itself. It just takes a little time, encouragement, nurturing.
Love.
Yes.
And Grundle's gonna kind of look around. Is there any remnants of like the dahlia flowers that remain?
There are some like dried blackish leaf bushes around one of the areas where the gnomish individual kind of pointed to. So what are you doing in here? There's not really anything pretty to look at. You cleaning up the garden beds today, or?
Well, I wanted to do some flower shopping. There's still a lot of bodies, and so I wanted to make flower shrouds for anyone who would like them. I know sometimes people don't have a lot, so I figured it's the least I can do to allow people to pay their respects. But I also came here because I was looking for dahlia flowers. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I think I'm trying to remember something, but it's really hard to describe. I thought that maybe if I got some dahlias, then maybe it could help me remember better.
Well, for your multitude of flowers, this probably isn't the spot for it. They won't have any in bloom for at least 6 to 8 weeks. There is a meadow about 10 miles out of town that should have enough wildflowers for your purposes, but no dahlias. But remember what I said just a moment ago, how nature just needs a little time and nurturing.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can help you with your dahlia situation. And she kind of gestures her hand over towards the plants as they begin to bloom.
Grendel again, just eyes widen, always in awe of this woman. And she, like, as she's watching these flowers bloom, she just walks up and goes, "They're so pretty." And she is going to now, dahlia flowers, do they grow on bushes? Or are they like
I don't know. I think they're single stem.
single stem? Okay.
I think so. I don't know.
Grundle is going to she's going to very delicately just kind of trace her fingers around the petals. They're almost too pretty. I don't want to pick these. And honestly, I think it's a nice start to seeing this garden grow back again. And she's just
take what you need.
Are you sure? I don't want you to overwork yourself.
No, I won't. Let nature take its course from here on out, but it was a shame to see you so disappointed, not having what you were looking for.
Well, sometimes we don't get what we're looking for, but that's also sometimes why we have to be the ones to find them.
You said you were trying to remember something, and it's connected to this dahlia flower.
Yeah, so when I was little, my mama and papa, I'm very different in my family. My mama and papa, they're halflings. And so I never really knew my life before mama and papa. But I was at this party and I had this really pretty dress and I was eating some strawberry tarts and I don't remember who they are, but I remember feeling happy, feeling loved. And they said the word dahlia. I don't remember, but I want to remember. I just don't know why I can't.
That's just what we'll do.
It seems to me that something is either suppressed or missing.
Papa says I don't have many thoughts in my head sometimes. That could be the reason.
Well, you said strawberry tarts.
It was super yummy. It was very sweet, and it also had like this delicious cream with it, and it reminded me of springtime.
All right. I need you to do something very important for me, without thinking.
Okay. I'm very good at that.
Pick one of those dahlia flowers, and pick it as quickly as you can.
Grendel immediately finds the biggest dahlia flower and just immediately picks it as she holds it in her hands.
As soon as you grab it, she grabs your hand and goes, "Come," and briskly walks out and towards the corner to a bakery. Pick a number 1 to 12.
4.
4, perfect. We'll take 4 strawberry tarts, please. Thank you.
Smash.
She lays the money on the counter. They get them wrapped up. Grabs your hand once again. Come quickly.
Okay.
Makes her way to the Canary Cape Tavern, up the stairs, and to her room, with you in tow. You were here. You were here to get ready for the party. This room is cozy and well cared for, well decorated. She draws the curtains and takes the tablecloth off the center table in the middle of the room and gestures to a chair across from hers.
Oh, are we having a picnic? And Grendel's gonna sit down.
One might say. I need you to eat one of these. And she lays a strawberry tart in front of you and one in front of her. Do you have that flower?
Yes, I do. And Grendel's going to take the flower that she had picked and she had tucked it behind her ear. So she is going to take it and place it by the strawberry tart.
She scoops it up and begins to rip the petals out. And just
Grendel kind of panics a little bit.
Begins to sprinkle them around the table, around the room, and around Grendel. She sits down, places a couple candles on the table, lights them. Are you comfortable? Good. She puts both hands on the table across from you, kind of leaning forward. Now, take my hand.
Tamaki hands.
She reaches over for one of the dahlia petals, puts it on the candle, burns it till it smokes, crushes it, and blows. As the mist covers your eyes, where are you?
What do you mean, where am I? I'm in a room in a chair with this pretty lady.
Where would Grendel's memories take her initially?
Oh, immediately to under the apple tree with Helene. She would be braiding flowers in her hair.
You would see Madame Flora there as well, standing about 10-15 feet away. Yes, we need to go deeper.
Think harder.
Grundle's gonna she's gonna sit there, close her eyes as she tries to remember the sound of the voice that called the name Dahlia, trying to remember the feeling of that green hand held in her little green hand, trying to remember the smell of the trees around her, and just any whisper of those memories, just like focusing on that one particular memory as she just kind of starts to repeat Dahlia, Dahlia, Dahlia. And she is just going to focus all that she can on that one sliver of a memory that she had.
Repeating this, you are able to return to this moment of walking at a lower level, closer to the ground than you've seen in a long time. Your hand covered in sticky strawberries. Your hand elevated, holding a large green finger. And the name Dahlia coming from a woman's voice. And whereas you didn't see the face before, you see the face of an elven woman now. Hair as red as yours. Smile and freckles. A flower crown in her hair. Dahlia! She picks you up. Oh my goodness, you're getting so big. I can barely pick you up anymore. How did she do at the fair?
Oh, she won first place. How else do you think she got that sticky thing on her face?
So proud of you, my Dahlia. You'll grow up big and strong just like your father. Just like your papa. Dahlia. 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 Dahlia! Dahlia! Where are you? Where are you? Dahlia!
Dahlia!
I don't see her. Where did she go? The horde's coming. We've got to get her. Get out of here. Quickly! A moment goes by. The sound of fire. The cloak of smoke. As your mother says, Dahlia, stay here. Hide. I'll be right back for you, okay? Don't leave the spot. Please stay right here.
Okay, Mama.
And she puts a hand on your face. I love you, my tall flower. And she runs.
Mama, no!
Another memory of a small half-orc in the middle of the woods, hidden in a bush. As the song of Fialova begins to come in the distance. La da 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 dee dale, da 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 this Fialova da 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 dee day. This is as the Fialova way. They find this half-orc child and take her in. Unbeknownst to her, a mother and father holding each other, searching in the low grass and bushes. I shouldn't have left her there. I should have taken her with us. You did the right thing, my dear. You did the right thing. We'll find her. We'll find our flower. Even if I have to string purple dahlias from here to the western coast, we'll find her.
I'm not okay.
The haze clears, and you return to the room with Madame Flora.
Grendel has tears just streaming down her face as she, sits there just in shock. And she picks up one of the dahlia petals off of the ground. I have a mama and a papa. Aside from my mama and papa who found me, they didn't leave me behind because I was scary.
It would appear that they loved you very much. Did everything they could to protect you.
I don't know why I didn't remember. I don't know how I could forget a mama so beautiful.
Grendel, my dear, when we go through something difficult and hard, our mind can lock things away so as not to feel them, so as not to hurt ourselves. I'm not saying it's right, but sometimes it happens in these scary situations. So as not to remember the bad and scary parts. I'm just sad that it also locked out those happy memories.
But the sad and scary thoughts, that's only half of it. Because now, well, because of those sad, scary thoughts, I don't have any of the happy thoughts. All I remember is the strawberry tart.
She reaches over and takes your hand softly. You have other happy memories. Your Helene. It was hard to get past those memories to the deeper ones. There were so many.
She is my world. It's... For a very long time, I was very lonely. Like I said, I was very different in my village. Everyone found me very scary. Until I remember sitting under an apple tree by myself, wondering why I was so different from Mama and Papa. Wondering why did my original parents leave me. And then I remember she put a flower crown on my head. And from that moment, all I could see are flowers.
See, there are happy thoughts and memories. Grendel, I'd like to give you something if I may.
You've already given me the pretty dahlias and the strawberry tarts. And you've also given me one of my memories back.
You did the work on that, I simply helped. I can impart one gift. And I think it's time I gave it to you. She holds your other hand, and with one of her fingers that lights with an arcane light, she draws a small sigil on your palm that disappears after it's completed. now you can make dahlias bloom wherever they lie. Grendel, you gain the Druidcraft cantrip.
What? Oh my god. Grendel will look in her hand and she goes as she tries to activate the cantrip for the first time.
What do you produce?
I would say the first thing that she would produce would be a small patch of bluebells. And she is going to take the bluebells and she is going to gently hand them to what was her name again?
Madame Flora?
Madame Flora. She's going to hand them to Madame Flora. Can you take these and plant them in the garden?
I don't think I've ever seen that species in there. It'll be a great addition to the botanical gardens.
You can call it the Helene exhibit.
I'll do just that. I'll make sure Bumba does so.
Dia is gone. And Grendel, she will smile and she goes, maybe if my Helene ever finds her way out of hell and she goes to look for me, maybe if she finds the exhibit, she will know I was here. And then I can plant these flowers everywhere, and then maybe she can find her way back to me. Tarzan, you're muted.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Now I can make my own flowers for flower crowns. And like you just see her just start popping up flowers.
She just watches and smiles and just wishes for you, the world, the best.
I'm going to find her.
I know you will.
I'll find my Helene, but if I can, I would also like to try and find my birth mama and papa. I will, if they will scream Dahlia to the ends of the earth, then I will plant dahlias to the ends of the earth.
I look forward to it. As that conversation... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. Like, Grendel was just going to say, well, as long as we always take the time to watch the flowers grow.
Beautiful. As that conversation continues elsewhere in the tavern, Dorset and Opal are in a different room. Opal is pale and sickly, with Dorset next to her. I think this is more than just our battle. There is something else happening. I have to return to Moonshiver Cliffs as soon as possible. I must stay there.
I'll come
Dorset.
with you.
No. You have other things to do. This is my duty, my charge. I did not think it would happen for another 100 years or so. But I guess the times call for new blood.
What would you like me to do? And Dorset shifts to Harpun's facade, revealing that image as I look at them holding their hand.
I need you to look after my heir when I am gone.
And she puts her hand on her stomach.
The next generation of dragons is coming. Unfortunately, it is marked by the chains of Astaroth breaking. This is no coincidence. My body needs to be high in Moonshiver Cliffs for this to go well. The fall we took in Aris Mora did not help. I thought it was simply the battle or the fatigue from casting so many spells. It's a joyous time. Stop with that look on your face.
I'm sorry, I did not know.
I suspected. I did not want to believe.
You should have my head for doing what I did.
Such are the mistakes of mortals.
And that's where we'll end our session tonight. Thank you, everyone, for coming by for our heavy roleplay session of Tales of Vardin. We will continue with more downtime activities for Godin and William and Xenia and Toro and Dorset next
Fucking
time.
crying right now. Oh my god.
Oh god,
You
my
guys
heart
have a
is
great week.
broken.
We're going to go cry off stream. You guys have a great week. We'll see you next
Close the
time.
curtains. Close the curtains.
Close.